All right, we are now streaming live on YouTube. This is the preliminary hearing of Mr. Davion Turner. And this is warrant number 2023 WA03635, armed robbery, 2023 WA03636, motor vehicle hijacking, 2023 WA03637, possession of a weapon during a crime, and 2023 WA03638, obstruction of an officer. Representing the state is Ms. Cheryl Freeman, representing the defendant is Attorney Thomas Florio. Your witness, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm that the testimony that I provide in the matter of Davion, State of Georgia versus Davion Turner will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God? Oh, we can't hear you. Thank you. It's really low. So whatever you had to do before, you may need to change how you're sitting because we can't hardly hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now we can hear you. All right, you can lower your hand. Please tell us your name and how you're employed.
Officer Malal Tail with the Clayton County Police Department.
How long have you worked with the Clayton County Police Department?
12 going on 13 years now.
Were you working with the Clayton County Police Department on February 16th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
On that particular day, did you respond, excuse me, to 222 Upper Riverdale Road in reference to a carjacking?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you responding along with other officers?
Yes, I was the initial officer on scene with the victim, but they canvassed the area.
When you arrived, did you meet with Mr. Mario Hodges or Hodge?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he the victim of the carjacking?
That's correct.
What did Mr. Hodge tell you that happened?
He came to the store to get some stuff like he usually does about that time in the morning, getting ready to leave to go to work. He went in, everything was fine. When he came back out, two black males rushed him with a handgun, took his keys and his vehicle and left out of the gas station or going, actually he gave us the wrong direction at first, going eastbound, but it was actually westbound.
What type of vehicle did Mr. Hodge have?
Mr. Hodge has I believe it's a 2018 Chevy Camaro, white in color with a black convertible top.
Was Mr. Hodge?
I'm sorry, say that car type again.
I'm sorry, it's a 2018 Chevy Camaro.
Okay.
It's white with a black convertible top.
Was Mr. Hodge able to give a description of the young man?
Yes, he was. He gave, it was two black males. One was wearing a gray hoodie. I believe he said pink pants or khaki pants. They were both masked. He couldn't give an exact description of the face. One had dark shoes. The other one was masked, and I'd have to review my notes to get an exact description on him.
Was Mr. Hodge able to give a description of the handgun?
He described it as a black and color 40 cal, and actually said the other one looked like a 9mm.
Now, did Mr. Hodge indicate that both individuals had a handgun or one had two handguns?
Now, he believed both individuals had handguns, yes.
Did they use the handguns or point the handguns?
He described them as they ran up and stuck a gun in his face.
After getting a description of the individuals, were officers able to locate them?
Yes, we were able to bolo out the vehicle to the surrounding sectors. The description is somewhat distinct. We were able to check the cameras in the area, and I believe it was Officer Lamb and who actually notified that he had it leaving the area going westbound, not eastbound. I believe Officer Tennant was the one who actually located the vehicle off of Martha Street at the hotel.
Were the individuals still in the vehicle?
They, from what I can recall of the radio traffic and what they were saying, that they were either walking back to the vehicle or right at the vehicle whenever they attempted to make contact.
So at that time, the officers apprehend the individuals?
No, the second that they seen law enforcement, they immediately fled on foot from the area right near the vehicle. I can't give an exact because they were the ones that seen it.
The officers have to give chase?
Yes.
And were they apprehended?
Eventually, yes, after we dropped the canine on the ground and started tracking them.
Okay. Did the individuals still have handguns on them?
No, they had actually started, to my recollection, stripping the clothes, and one of the officers had actually located the weapon, and I think it was another bag.
The clothing that the individuals started to strip off, did they match the clothing that Mr. Hodge had provided?
Yes.
Were the keys to Mr. Hodge's vehicle located?
They were, I believe, located on the second offender in this case.
Do you recall if that was Mr. Turner or was that his co-defendant, Mr. Harris?
I believe they were located on Mr. Harris or in his bag. Give me a second. Let me review my notes just to confirm that.
Judge, I'm going to object to him reading from his report. Certainly, if he needs to refresh his recollection, I understand that. But obviously, if we were in a courtroom, I would have an opportunity to look at what he's using to refresh his recollection. He certainly wouldn't be able to just sit on the witness stand with his report in front of him and read from it. And so I'd object to him refreshing his recollection. I'd certainly object to myself not being given the opportunity to review what it is he's reading and using to refresh his recollection.
Okay. Ms. Freeman?
Well, Judge, I don't think the officer he's not reading from his report. But I mean, as Mr. Florio indicated, if we were in a courtroom, the officers do get an opportunity to refresh their recollection, which is what the officer is doing. Now, if Attorney Florio is saying that because he can't review whatever the officer is using to refresh his recollection, that he doesn't want him to refresh his recollection, because if we were in a courtroom, before I would provide the officer their report, I would show, defense counsel what they were using. But I mean, we can move on.
I'm going to allow him just to quickly peruse whatever it is to refresh his recollection briefly. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you, officer. Just for the record, what are you using to refresh your recollection?
The report that I generated and submitted that was signed off on.
Okay. And are you able to determine whether or not it was Mr. Harris or Mr. Davenport, Mr. Turner, where the keys were located?
I believe it was Mr. Harris on him or in his possession.
Okay. Did Mr. Hodge give any information that there were other items in his car or that the young man took?
Yes, he had his wallet that was still in his car with all his cards in it. There were other items that we located that were not in his vehicle any longer, his phone. And there was a set of earbuds, and there was a few other items that were no longer in his vehicle. Work clothes, we could not locate.
So the items that you just mentioned, did you find any of those items on Mr. Turner or his co-defendant, Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am. We actually located two, I believe they were either bank cards or some type of financial card. The set of earbuds that the victim was able to describe exactly what piece was missing without seeing them whenever I had them. His phone was located just outside the passenger door of where his car was backed in, where the offenders were fleeing from. I believe that's it, but there might be other items that were listed.
Do you recall if those items were found on Mr. Turner or Mr. Harris?
I believe they were found on Mr. Harris, if I recall correctly.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear you.
Mr. Turner had actually stripped off his clothes, and some of the items got ditched in the woods. But I'm not sure exactly who, because other officers on scene actually assisted in collecting most of it.
The items that, or the clothing items that Mr. Turner had on, were those collected and placed in evidence?
The items that were located in the woods, yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Turner or Mr. Harris make any statements about what happened?
No, I didn't ask them any questions since they were already in custody. They made a few spontaneous utterances that they don't know what we're talking about, and they didn't do anything.
And just so we're clear on regarding Mr. Turner, when he started to flee, was he given verbal commands by police officers to stop?
I believe so. I wasn't there when they fled on foot, but the radio traffic that came over the radio kind of sounded like they were giving commands.
The store where Mr. Hodge was, were you all able to look at any video footage to show what happened?
Yes, ma'am. I was able to review the video of the entire incident.
Were you able to clearly see Mr. Turner and his co-defendant, Mr. Harris, using their handguns and taking Mr. Hodge's vehicle?
I observed two males of a matching description. One you can distinguishingly determine that is a light-skinned black male. The other one's a dark-skinned black male. Looks like he has twisted braids, but they had masks covering their faces and hoodies pulled over their heads.
Other than being able to see their face, were you able to see the actual incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Did all of this take place in Clinton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Attorney Florio.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Malatea. What type of a store did this occur at? What was the business?
It's a Chevron. Yes, Chevron gas station.
Okay. And I understood you to say that you had an opportunity to review the video surveillance from the store?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the video surveillance from the store, or did you simply just record it on your body cam?
I recorded it.
On your body cam.
Yes. No.
Okay.
Some of it I had to record with my personal phone because my body cam wouldn't record it.
Okay. Has the video that you recorded with your personal phone, has that video been retained, or will it be retained for future court dates?
Yes, it's retained with the records management system we have.
Okay. Did you ask that it be retained for 12 months, or did you identify that it was for a felony arrest?
It's identified as a felony arrest whenever we plug it in. I'm not sure exactly on what the retention time is, but it should be still attached to the same report.
Yes, sir. When you were able to view the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you saw both of the young men, or you believe that you saw the two young men on the video, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see firearms in those young men's hands on the video?
On the video, I was only able to see one subject with a firearm. The other one was partially obstructed by the victim, so I could not distinctively see if he had one in his hand. The one that was described as the light-skinned black male wearing the clothing the victim described as, you can identify that he has a black and colored semi-automatic handgun.
Okay. And that light-skinned male that you identify is do you believe that to be Davion Turner?
Yes.
Okay. What clothing did you identify, or did you see Davion Turner wearing in the video?
The khaki or pinkish colored pants, as he originally said, the light gray hoodie, and then a very specific colored shoe that another officer was able to easily identify. I'm not a shoe person, so I think he said some particular kind of Yeezys. That's how he described them.
Yes, sir. Now you've said khaki pants, and then you've said pink pants. What color were the pants that you observed in that video?
They were khaki.
Okay, so they were khaki pants. That's what you observed, and that's what the alleged victim, that's what he told you, that they were khaki pants.
Well, he said at first he said they were pinkish color, kind of tan or pink. That's how he described them. When I was able to review the video, I could easily determine that they were a khaki or that tan desert style pant.
Okay. And I understood you to say at some point you believe that Davion Turner took some of the clothes off that he was wearing. Is that correct?
We found clothes ditched in the area, the same area that he was observed jumping fences and where we had actually located him.
Okay. Do you know which law enforcement officer located those clothes?
That I'm not exactly sure. There was a lot of us out.
Okay. The clothes that were found, did they appear to be the same clothes from the video surveillance that you had viewed?
I can't exactly say because I didn't find them.
Have you looked at the clothes that were found?
The officer said that they were of similar description. That's all I got on this.
And what was that similar description?
Grayish looking hoodie with the pants, the khaki pants.
Do you know what Davion Turner was wearing when he was arrested?
He had stripped down. I briefly seen him because I was doing paperwork. Other officers have transported him for me. When they actually located, they said that he was stripped down either in shorts and boxers, sweating, and looked like he had been running through the woods.
Okay. And I understood you to just say that you briefly saw him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you briefly saw him, what was he wearing?
Possibly a blue shirt. I can't recall right now. I think, to my recollection, it might have been a blue shirt. That's all I can remember.
So you'd agree with me, he wasn't wearing khaki pants, and he wasn't wearing a gray hoodie when he was located. Is that correct?
At the time of arrest, yes.
Okay. And the Yeezys, the pair of tennis shoes, or whatever the kids call them now, but the pair of shoes that the officer claimed that they saw were those shoes that they believed that Davion Turner was wearing or the other young man was wearing?
I believe it was Mr. Turner, because the other subject that's related to this had on what I thought were black Adidas, but they said it was something else.
Okay. Did you locate any of the items taken from the victim's car on Mr. Turner's person?
I can't honestly answer that.
Okay. Do you know if any of the items taken from the victim's car were found anywhere near Mr. Turner, in the vicinity of Mr. Turner? Maybe not on his person, but somewhere near him.
I can't answer that one either.
Okay. Do you know if any of the items taken from the victim's car were found along the trail or the path that Mr. Turner is alleged to have taken as he allegedly fled from law enforcement officers?
No, I can't answer that one either.
Okay. And I understood you to say that there was no firearm found on or near Mr. Turner when he was arrested. Is that correct?
That's correct. As far as I know, he didn't have anything on him but a few clothing articles and his shoes.
Okay. Okay. The other young man, what was his name, please, sir?
Mr. Harris. I'd have to look back at my report to get his first name for you.
I understood you to say that there were items that the alleged victim found on Mr. Harris. Is that correct?
Yes. In one of the backpacks, I believe they had his like 2 financial credit cards or bank cards or something like that.
Did Mr. Harris ever give a state? So where was Davion Turner found? Where was he located by law enforcement?
They described it as a laundry room to an apartment complex.
Okay. And do you know where Mr. Harris was located?
In the woods, in the same general vicinity of that same apartment complex.
Okay. And did Mr. Harris make any statements claiming that he knew Mr. Turner or appeared to be familiar with Mr. Turner?
I didn't interview either one of them.
Okay. Did Mr. Harris make any statements to law enforcement, either to yourself or anyone else in this investigation, that Mr. Turner was involved in whatever he had just done?
Again, I didn't interview either one of them. I can't answer that question.
Okay. From viewing the video, you were not able to identify that it was in fact Davion Turner. Is that correct?
All I can see is nose to eyes.
Okay. And so can you tell height, weight, anything of that nature?
Roughly from the video, yes.
Okay. What's the height and weight that you believe that the person that you saw that you believe to be Davion Turner was?
Roughly about the same height and weight as the offender, because whenever I actually seen him standing, it's roughly about the same height and weight.
Sure. So yeah. So what is that? I understand it's easy to say, oh, it's the same as what he is, but what is that? What do you believe the height and weight of the person is that you saw?
As far as recalling from it, I couldn't give an exact number. I'd have to review my notes. That's about it.
Do you have that in your note?
I don't have that in my report, no.
Okay. Now you've called Mr. Turner African American, and I understood you say 2 young African American men. Would you agree with me, or do you have knowledge that Mr. Turner is actually biracial, that his mother is white?
He only described him as a light-skinned black male.
Okay. Did they identify anything identifiable about his hair?
No.
Okay. Anything identifiable with regards to tattoos or anything of that nature?
Now, from the video, it appeared to be completely covered.
Okay. Who is the person that you believe actually took possession of the Camaro and drove the Camaro away?
There will be Mr. Turner that got in the driver's side.
Okay. But you claim you found the car keys on Mr. Harris. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who are the officers that you allege that Mr. Turner and Mr. Harris fled from?
I'd have to get the list, but I believe it to be Officer Timmett, a couple other Sector 2 officers. Like I said, I have to get the list of officers that were out there. I can tell you who probably made initial contact and had visual eyes on them when they said they were near at the vehicle. Again, I don't have their report with me. I can't testify to what they seen. And then a few of the other officers, like Officer Lamb, who actually, he works for a different sector, but when he heard the call come out, he initially responded.
And I understood you to say that he found the car on camera. When you say he found the car on camera, are you referring to Flock video camera?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Lamb, correct? Lamb's the one that found it on Flock?
Yes.
Did you find any items that you believe to be from Davion Turner in the automobile? Anything of Davion's that you believe you found inside the Chevy Camaro?
No, I can't say that I definitely found something that did not belong to the victim.
Okay. Thank you, officer. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any
No
rebuttal?
additional questions.
All
No
right.
additional questions. The state rests.
All right. Closing arguments, Ms. Freeman.
State waives opening.
Attorney Florio, closing statement.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, we'd ask that these charges be dismissed against Mr. Turner. Essentially, what you have here is you have a young man that's found in an area where they find the other gentleman, Mr. Harris. That gentleman, Mr. Harris, has keys to the car. He's got the victim's items on his person in close proximity to him. I believe there was a firearm located in close proximity to that gentleman, but they find him with everything related to the victim. They come upon Mr. Turner and they say, "Hey, you're the guy," but there's nothing identifiable or anything to tie him to this, right? So we watched the video, and there's a young man wearing khaki pants and a young man wearing a gray hoodie. And we find those khaki pants and we find the gray hoodie, they've been discarded. But we then find Davion, so it must have been Davion that was the one that did it. Well, A plus B doesn't equal C. Like, just because you found khaki pants and a hoodie in the woods, and then you find Davion at some point somewhere in the area, it doesn't mean that he's the one that had shed the pants or shed the hoodie. And what I love is Officer Malatea saying, "Well, yeah, I was able to see him in the video. I saw someone I believe to be him in the video. And yeah, he was the appropriate height. He was the appropriate weight." Well, what was that height? What was that weight? Oh, what's Davion? Well, yeah, no kidding. That's the same thing I'd say if I was Malatea. But what was the height and what was the weight? And he's unable to identify it because he doesn't know. He doesn't know the height or weight of the person. And all he's able to do is say what was a light-skinned gentleman. Nothing about crazy Fraggle Rock type hair that the kid has. Nothing about tattoos that the young man may have. Nothing. And so we find this kid that he's essentially asleep in a laundry room of a building. And it's like, well, hey, man, he's the one. I mean, I'd hate to be any other random person that was in the general area that night, because that person would have been the one that went to jail, and it would have been Davion. I mean, just the idea that, well, here's a bunch of clothes over here in the woods, and here's this knucklehead asleep over here, so it must be him. I mean, there's nothing to tie him to it. Nothing. And so for those reasons, Judge, we would ask that all these charges be dismissed. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Freeman.
Thank you, Judge. We're asking all these charges are bound over to Superior Court. We heard officer testify that he reviewed the video footage. He talked to the victim. The victim was able to give a description of the two men who robbed him, as well as what they were wearing. Officer also stated he was able to see from the video the different clothing they were wearing. And I believe he also testified as to a certain shoe that one of the offenders are wearing. I believe he said Mr. Turner. I can't recall if he was saying Mr. Turner or Mr. Harris. But Mr. Turner was found. He had stripped his clothing, and he was found in that laundry room. Judge, as well as the officer did say that he believes that it was Mr. Turner who got into the driver's side, regardless of who had the keys on them when they were finally apprehended. That Mr. Turner was the one who got in the vehicle. Judge, we believe, at least for this stage in the process, that based on the testimony, that is sufficient to bind all of these charges over to Superior Court.
So based upon the evidence presented here today, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind these charges over to the Superior Court of Clayton County. That's the order of the court.
Thank you, Judge, and may Officer Mateo be excused.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. That concludes my business before the court. May I be
Yes,
excused?
thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Your
Have a
Honor.
good
Thank you,
day.
Ms. Freeman.
Thank you. And Judge, and we're still on live, and I'll be ready with Ms. Scott's case in a minute. Means you could turn on your video and unmute yourself. Can the jail mute yourself, please?
All right, we are now streaming live on YouTube. This is a preliminary hearing from Mr. Richard Lee, charged in warrant number 2023 CW 51645, murder. 2023 CW 51646, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. 2023 CW 51647. Ms. Freeman, what is that? For some reason, that charge didn't appear on the calendar.
Cruelty to children in the first degree.
Okay,
Both of those.
okay. All right, and so 2023 CW 51647, cruelty to children in the first degree. 2023 CW 51648, cruelty to children in the first degree. Representing the defendant is Mr. Joseph Todd. Representing the state is Ms. Cheryl Freeman. Ms. Freeman, you're with me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Cummings, can you hear me? I need you to turn your video on and unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, but I need you to turn your video on.
I'm trying to right now. Okay, can you see me?
Yes. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear and affirm that the testimony about provide in the matter of state of Georgia versus Richard Lee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Please tell us your name and how you're employed.
Tarshell Cummings. I'm employed with the Clayton County Police Department.
How long have you worked with the Clayton County Police Department?
I've been with the police department for about a month and a half.
Prior to joining the Clayton County Police Department, did you work in another law enforcement capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
At the Clayton County Sheriff's Office for 11 years.
While working with the Clayton County Police Department, and I'm sorry, are you officer, detective?
Detective.
Detective, okay. So Detective Cummings, while working with the Clayton County Police Department, did you have occasion to work on a case involving Richard Lee? Detective, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you hear my question?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you can answer. Did you work on the case involving Richard Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was this the result of an incident that occurred on April 4th of 2023 at 1657 Adrian Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually go to that scene, that address?
Yes.
What is at that address? Detective?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said, what is at that address? Is that a house? Is that a building? What is it?
It is a house at that address.
Who resided at that address?
Richard Lee and his 3 children.
Were the 3 children at the residence on this day?
Yes.
Do you recall how old they were?
I'll have to refer back to my notes.
Okay, if you could, so we could have the ages of the children who were there.
Okay. Okay, I believe they were 12, 13, and 14.
When you arrived at this residence, what were you able to determine?
When I arrived at the residence, we
Yeah.
determined that Michael Rochelle was deceased at the time.
Were you able to determine what happened to Mr. Rochelle?
I wasn't able to determine what happened to him, but upon arriving on scene, we spoke to the officers that arrived on from the initial call.
What did those officers indicate that happened?
The officers advised upon arrival, they heard gunshots. Initially, going to the call, it was due to a home invasion, but upon arrival, they heard 1 gunshot and they saw Richard Lee coming outside the door with a gun in his hand. He placed a gun on the step and he was taken into custody.
Were the 3 children present during this shooting?
There were 3 children in the house, but 2 were present during the shooting and 1 was upstairs.
Where exactly did the shooting occur inside of the residence?
The shooting occurred right in front of the front door near the steps.
Were you able to determine at that time how many gunshot wounds Mr. Rochelle had suffered?
There was 1 gunshot wound.
Wait, Detective, you're breaking up. Say it one more
I'm
time.
sorry, Judge, that faded out. I could not hear. Can she repeat it?
There was 1 gunshot wound.
And do you recall what part of his body?
In the center of his chest.
Judge, I'm going to ask if they can repeat the last 2 questions because her voice went out. Her contact or connection went out. So Cheryl, can you repeat not this last question, 2 questions ago? I could not hear her response or your question.
Okay. Detective, if you could tell us exactly where in the residence the shooting occurred and where on Mr. Rochelle's body where the gunshot wound was.
The shooting occurred inside the house near the front door by the steps. The gunshot wound was seen in the center of his chest.
Were you able to retrieve the handgun that Mr. Lee used to shoot Mr. Rochelle?
Yes.
What type of handgun was this?
Let me refer to my notes. I'm sorry. It was a Taurus G2 9mm.
Detective, were you able to talk to any witnesses about what happened?
I spoke to Richard Lee that day, and his 3 children had a forensic interview the very next day.
What did the defendant tell you what happened?
Richard Lee advised that he had gotten a call from his children about Michael Rochelle attempting to break into his home. He advised he rushed home while on the phone with his children, which you can hear on a 911 call. Once he drove up to the residence, he met with Michael Rochelle outside, and he tried to get him from attempted to come inside the house, tried to push him away, but Michael Rochelle forced his way into the house, and shortly after he shot.
Officer, can you repeat that? You faded out again.
I'm gonna see if I can move to a better area with better reception.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
I think we will be able
Okay,
to.
let me fix my camera. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Go ahead and start, Ms. Bradley.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Detective, you were, and I know you were breaking up some, so I'm going to ask you again. Tell us, what did Mr. Lee tell you that happened?
Okay, so Mr. Lee stated that he had received a call from his children about Michael Rochelle attempting to break into their house. And so he rushed home. Once he arrived at the house, he met with Michael Rochelle. He said that he tried to stop Michael from entering his home by, trying to push him off, but Michael forced his way into the house. He said once he got into the house, Michael drew his attention to his son, Noah, and was tussling with him with a wrench in his hand. And he advised that he hit him, but he used the wrench as if it was a brass knuckle. So he didn't actually hit him with the wrench. So shortly after that, Richard shot Michael.
Detective, just so we can be clear, who hit whom with the wrench or brass knuckle?
Michael Rochelle hit Noah, was in a tussle with Noah Lee.
And how old was Noah?
14.
Was one of the other minor children there also when this was going on?
Yes, Noel Lee was present.
And what was the age of Noel?
12.
Okay. Were you able to get statements from those children?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the children tell you that happened?
So Noah Lee advised that Michael Rochelle was at their residence attempting to break in. So they called their dad and they on another phone, and which was Richard Lee, and they called 911 dispatch to let them know that someone was attempting to break in. They were very frightened. Shortly after, on the call while waiting for emergency response to show up, Richard Lee showed up before emergency response team, and once he got there, Richard entered the home with Michael, and Noah stated that Michael went to lunge at him in effort to attempt to, I guess, harm him, and Richard shot Michael.
Were you able to obtain any kind of video footage of this incident?
The only video footage I had was the initial, I had the outside footage of Richard actually making it to the house and meeting up with Michael.
Did Michael Rochelle reside at this residence as well?
They were legally married. Richard advised that Michael had moved out 2 weeks prior to the incident.
Did this all happen in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
The wrench that you talked about earlier, did you locate that?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it located?
It was located underneath Michael's body.
One second, Your Honor. The older child, who you indicated was not there for the actual incident, did the older child give a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the older child able to hear anything that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the older child state?
The older child, Maya, stated that she initially saw Michael at the back door trying to get into the home, and later stated she was afraid, so she went upstairs and she hid in the closet with headphones on her ears. She did say she heard a loud gunshot.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Officer Cummings, my name is Joseph Todd. I represent Richard Lee. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you would tell us, you indicated that you were just 1 month prior, you had been working for the Clayton County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, and how long have you been a detective?
I've been a detective at the Clayton County Police Department for about 1.5 months.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about your training and experience as a detective.
I have about 1.5 months of training as a detective. at the Clayton County Police Department.
Okay. And on this particular day, what, was there other officers that had arrived before you got there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know, can you tell us who was the other officers that arrived prior to your arrival?
Okay, let me look at my notes. So I don't see all of those officers' names in the notes that I had, but I know I did speak with Officer Ho upon arrival.
I'm sorry, Officer, I didn't catch that last name, Hope?
Ho, H as in Henry, O as in ocean.
Ho, H-O.
Yes.
What's the Officer Ho's first name?
Honestly, I cannot tell you right now.
Okay, and when you arrived on the scene, tell us where the three children were when you arrived and where Mr. Lee was, if you tell us where they were located.
The three children were outside of the residence, and Mr. Lee was in the back of a patrol unit.
Do you know whether the other officers had any type of like video or body cam? Do you know whether or not they had video or body cam?
They did have body cam.
Have you had an opportunity to review the body cam?
Yes.
And what does the body cam show?
The body cam footage that I observed, it shows the officers, it shows Richard coming out the house with his weapon and placed it on the step and being taken into custody. And then one of the officers goes in to treat Michael Rochelle, who had been shot.
Okay. And is there more than one body cam?
Yes.
How many body cams were there?
There were two officers that initially arrived on scene.
And when you arrived there, was Mr. Rochelle, to the best of your knowledge, was he conscious or unconscious, or could you tell?
I did not see Mr. Rochelle, and I did not speak to him on scene.
Okay, so you indicated that you spoke with Mr. Lee, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you take a verbal statement from him and a written statement, or just one or the other?
I took a verbal and written, but the interview was conducted at the headquarters, Clayton County Police Department headquarters, in an
Okay,
interview room.
I got you. So at the scene, when you arrived, was he already under arrest?
At the scene when I arrived, he was in custody.
Okay, and so did you take any statement from him at the scene?
I did not speak to him on scene.
Okay, and did you also have a body cam on you?
I did not.
Okay, did you have any type of video or recording device on you?
I did not.
Okay, so is it safe to say the first time you spoke with him would have been at headquarters?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with him at headquarters, was that all videotaped?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with him first, did you advise him of his Miranda warnings?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he sign any type of waiver or document regarding his Miranda warnings?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay, and I'm assuming you, of course, have that somewhere either in your file or in your records, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he voluntarily agree to talk to you and give you a statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you videotaped this conversation you had with him, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that's also available. You have that either in your evidence locker or somewhere you have that information, correct? Video?
Yes, sir.
All right, so just so we're clear, what did he tell you specifically now in reference to what transpired? What did he tell you out of his own mouth?
Richard Lee stated that his children called him and told him that Michael Rochelle was attempting to break into the house. He rushed to the house. He met with Michael Rochelle. He went to walk towards the house to the front door, and Michael forced his way into the house. After he forced his way into his house, he turned his attention to his son, Noah Lee, and he got into a tussle with his son, Noah, while having the wrench in his hand. He used it as if it was a brass knuckle and was tussling with Noah. And he said at that point, he shot Michael.
Okay, is that the end of his statement to you?
That's not his full statement, but that's the story of what happened.
Okay, what else did he tell you besides what you've already indicated?
He stated that Noah handed him the weapon when he walked inside the house, or either he snatched it from him. I want to say he grabbed the gun from Noah, his son.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that. Who grabbed the gun? Did Noah have the gun?
Noah Lee had the gun.
Okay,
Richard Lee grabbed the gun from Noah.
okay. And at that point in time, did he pull the trigger, did he say, or was there anything else happening between the firing of the gun?
Richard Lee stated that he shot Michael.
And he indicated that Michael had a wrench in his hand at the time?
He barely mentioned the wrench, but he mentioned the wrench when we asked him about it.
Okay. And of course, you said you took anything else that Richard told you?
You can view the interview for detailed, details on what he stated, but that's basically the gist of what he stated during the interview.
Okay. And now you indicated that, did he tell you that the parties had been married or were married at the time?
He said that they were married.
And he said also that the Mr. Rochelle had not been there in 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now also you indicated you interviewed either one or two of the children, correct?
I did not interview either of the children. All three of the children were interviewed by a forensic interviewer. I viewed their interview.
Okay, so they were interviewed by a forensic interviewer. Was that the next day or that same day?
The very next day.
Okay, and did all three of the children give a statement or were just two of them?
All three of the children gave statements.
Okay, so let's start with, I don't care what order you want to start with, but let's talk about the children. Noah, is one of them Noah, N-O-A-H, the 14-year-old?
Yes.
Okay, and what did Noah tell you?
Noah stated that Michael Rochelle was attempting to break into his home. He called 911. He also called his dad on another phone. Waited for emergency response to show up at his residence. While he was waiting, he said that Michael was still attempting to get inside of the residence. Richard Lee showed up before emergency dispatch. Richard Lee came inside, grabbed the gun from him, and shot Michael. Noah also stated that Michael never touched him.
Okay, and as far as breaking in, what did they say he was doing to break in? Did he have a key or was he trying to break the glass? Tell me how he was breaking into the residence?
Noah stated he was trying to break a window. He was trying to force his way into the door. At one point in time, they said that he had a large long stick with like a blade at the end of it, attempting to enter the residence.
When you arrived, did you recover or did you see any type of long stick with a blade?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not any of the other officers recovered that as evidence?
As far as the evidence that was collected from the search warrant, no, sir.
Okay, and did you examine the door where Michael was trying to break in? Did you examine that door at all?
I was able to view photographs of the
Okay.
doors, and it didn't appear as if any of the doors were damaged. There were no broken windows to the residence.
All right, did you notice any type of damage to the front door?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that was the statement of Noah, the 14-year-old. What was the other child you spoke with?
Okay, so Noelle, I viewed her interview.
How old is Noelle? How old is Noelle?
Noelle is 12.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I reviewed Noelle's interview, and she stated that Michael was attempting to break in. They were very scared. They were talking to their dad at the same time as emergency dispatch. Richard Lee showed up at the residence, and once he showed up, he met with Michael. They both came to the front door, and Michael drew his attention from Richard and lunged towards her and Noah. And before Michael could get to Noah and Noelle, Richard shot him. She advised that Michael never touched Noah.
Okay, so she said that Michael had lunged towards her and Noah.
Yes.
What did she mention anything about this wrench?
Yes.
What did she say about the wrench?
He had a wrench in his hand.
Okay. Anything else that she stated?
Not that I can remember, but all of it is recorded, so you can review it for further details.
Thank you. And the third child, give me the third child's name and age.
The third child is Maya. I believe she's 14. I believe she's 13.
Okay, and what did she tell you? Or what did you view from her interview?
She stated that Michael Rochelle was attempting to break in, and that she was afraid. She went upstairs, hid in a closet, put headphones on, and she did hear a loud gunshot. She did hear a loud noise. And a little bit later, the police had came upstairs and got her from out the room.
Okay, so is it safe to say she did not see what transpired as far as the shooting was concerned?
As far as what she told us, yes.
Okay. Okay, anything else of importance that she said?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, did you perform any type of testing on Richard Lee? And what I mean by that, did you take any type of do anything as far as any type of testing to determine, the gunpowder from the gun or ballistics or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
Did somebody else that was already there, one of the other officers, do you know whether or not they did any type of testing?
No, sir.
Okay. Other than the items that you've already told us, I'm assuming you have the gun as in evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Other than the gun, do you know if there was any other evidence taken from the scene on that day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, can you tell us from what you know, what other evidence was confiscated?
Let me refer to my notes.
Sure.
All right, so there was the TARS handgun.
Okay,
There was a silver Apple iPhone, a Samsung Galaxy phone, and shell casings that was taken from the scene.
okay, did you look at the two phones that were confiscated? Did you look at those phones?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe on those phones?
One phone I was unable to look at the contents, it wouldn't power on. But Michael Rochelle's phone, I was able to look inside the phone at the contents of the phone.
Okay, and in his phone, was there any like having any video going on while this was happening, or tape recording? Was any of those two things, video or tape recording, was all that any of that on his phone?
No.
And which phone belonged to him? Which one was he owned?
Okay, his phone was the Samsung. It's a blue phone with a clear case.
Okay, and what was the other one that you mentioned? Was the other one an iPhone, or did I misunderstand that?
Yes, it was an iPhone.
And what color was that, and who did that belong to?
It was a silver iPhone SE, and I'm not sure who that belonged to.
Okay,
And also on the inventory sheet, I missed it. It does show the wrench. The silver metal wrench was recovered as well.
okay, anything else?
And that's gonna be all.
Okay. Now, did you interview any of the neighbors or anybody else there that could have been a potential witness?
No one there that could have been a potential witness.
So as far as you know, you don't know of any other witnesses there at the scene other than the people we've already talked about, like neighbors or somebody just coming up to the scene. Are you aware of anybody else?
There were inside the house. It was only Richard and his children
Right, but
that
I'm
could
just
have
saying,
witnessed the shooting.
right, but I'm talking about that came up on the scene, like say a neighbor came after you got there, or was there any neighbors or anybody there, like, you know, how people gather after something happens like this? Was there anybody else, any other potential witnesses there?
I didn't speak to anyone else there. I know that there was an incident that occurred once Richard's dogs got out of the house. They attacked the neighbor. I did attempt to speak to that neighbor, and I haven't been able to reach her.
Okay, I got you. And that was something that happened after the fact? Was this something that happened after the fact?
That happened after Richard shot Michael.
I got you. And were the dogs, were they locked up in the back, or were they fenced in, or
No,
no,
no, they just ran right out the house
I got
once
you.
everything happened.
I got you. Okay, so you've told us everything at this point. So as far as what you told us, there's no other witnesses to your knowledge at this point, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the statements taken by the children, you indicated that was by an interviewer, and that's all tape recorded, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was Mr. Lee, Richard Lee, other than the initial interview you had with her with him at headquarters. Did you speak with him at any other time other than that one time?
I did not speak with him anymore after the interview at headquarters. However, another detective did contact him to for follow-up questions in the investigation.
Gotcha. And was he therefore arrested on the spot or not?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Was he arrested at that time? Was he put into custody after he was the statement was taken?
No, sir.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, any redirect, Ms. Freeman?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. Attorney Todd, do you have any witnesses?
Judge, we have no witnesses, just argument to the court.
All right, closing arguments, Ms. Freeman?
State waives opening.
All righty, go ahead, Mr. Todd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, if it pleases the court, I'll take these charges in backward order only because it's easier for me to explain to the court. The first charges I'm going to deal with, Judge, is cruelty to children in the first degree. Judge, there's no evidence whatsoever regarding my client being charged with cruelty to children in the first degree. If the court would like, the code section provides parent, guardian, or other person supervising a child under 18 willfully deprives the child of necessary substances to the extent that the child's health or well-being is jeopardized. OCGA 16570A. Substance limited to means that necessary food and drink which is sufficient to support life, maintain health. Or when a person maliciously causes a child under 18 cruel or excessive physical or mental pain. 16570B. Elements are age of the child. Child suffered physical or mental pain. Pain was cruel, excessive. Defendant caused the pain, and defendant acted maliciously in so doing. That's tab 313 Georgia Appeals 852 2012. Malicious imports the absence of all elements of justification or excuse in the presence of an actual intent to cause particular harm produced or wanton and willful doing of an act with awareness of the plain and strong likelihood that such harm may result. Judge, in this particular case, clearly, that's what they've got my client charges. Cruelty to children in the first degree. The facts in this particular case, Judge, do not support any charge regarding cruelty to children in any degree, but then specifically in first degree. The cruelty to children, he did nothing but go to save his children based upon the evidence that the court has before you. That he got a call from his children who had been, somebody's breaking into their house. They're scared. They're asking for help. They call 911 and they call their father. He comes there. So I don't know how he can be charged, Judge, with any type of cruelty to children when he was there solely to save them and to do what he could to preserve them and their well-being. So those judges certainly have no bearing and have no factual basis in this case. So we're asking, as far as cruelty to children in the first degree, the 2 counts that they have, that be dismissed. Secondly, Judge, they have here murder in this particular case. Obviously, we're just going on what the state's case is, but there's no evidence that a murder was committed, Judge, in this particular case. Yes, there was a shooting that was committed, but murder, again, like I say, Judge, he was called by his children who were there that they were being, somebody was breaking into the house, Mr. Rochelle, and also the fact that he had threatened them. He had a wrench. There's no question that he was doing that to the point where one of the children went to get a gun to protect the child and or children, his other siblings. In this case, where my client simply was defending not only his residence, this person broke in, committed burglary by breaking into the house, number one, and number two, in addition to that, committing a felony by threatening children underage with this wrench. And he was simply defending not only his property, but defending his children from them being harmed in this case. So based upon the facts that have been presented to the court, just simply on what we have here, Judge, there is no justification for my client being charged with murder in this particular case. Also, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. Again, Judge, I'm not sure about where the gun came from, but there's the saying that the child had the gun, went and got a gun somewhere and was using it again in self-defense in this particular case. So based upon all those, Judge, we would request the court to dismiss the charges in this case.
All right. Ms. Freeman?
Thank you, Judge. We're asking that the charges be bound over to Superior Court, starting with the cruelty to children of first degree. I mean, Judge, this defendant did shoot Mr. Rochelle in his chest in front of these two children. We think certainly that meets the requirements for the cruelty to children in first degree regarding the mental pain for the children. Judge, we heard the testimony from Detective Cummings, who talked about the statements from Mr. Lee as well as the two children. The children knew Mr. Rochelle. He had recently moved out of there, but he had been living there at one point, Judge. And Mr. Lee shooting him in the chest, Judge, we believe certainly that for this stage does meet the burden for murder. Whether or not he has a defense, a self-defense argument or defense of others or property, that's certainly something that he can raise when and if it gets to trial. But for purposes here, we believe that the information provided by Detective Cummings is sufficient to meet our burden, as well as that for possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime. We did hear Detective Cummings say they did retrieve the handgun that was used. So we're asking all the charges are bound over.
All right. All right, so based upon the evidence presented, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind over the murder charge. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind over the possession of the firearms. However, I do not find probable cause in either one of the cruelty to children. All right. So I'm going to deny 1647 and 1648. That's the order of the court.
Thank you, Judge. And may Detective Cummings be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, we are now streaming live on YouTube. Today is April 18, 2023. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
She's gonna do the females and then she's gonna do the males.
All right, I am Judge Case Johnson. I will be presiding over today's calendar. All right, so I am Judge Case Johnson. I will be presiding over today's hearings. If you are having trouble hearing me, please let me know, as there are a few things that I need to discuss with you before starting your hearings. First, I am not here to try your case, take a plea, or have any legal discussions with you about the specifics of your case. The purpose of first appearance is to inform you of the charges against you, advise you of certain rights, set bonds for those offenses for which I am authorized to set bond, to schedule a preliminary hearing, and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney. You have the absolute right to remain silent. Please do not attempt to tell me any specifics about your case or any legal defenses that you may have. As I stated earlier, we are streaming live and this hearing is being recorded. Anything you say can and will be held against you in future proceedings. And now during this and all other proceedings, you have the right to the following presumption of innocence, to indictment by a grand jury for felonies or accusation by misdemeanors, to a speedy and public jury trial, to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your own behalf, see, hear, and question witnesses who are called to testify against you, to testify on your own behalf or offer evidence in your own defense, and to have an attorney represent you. And if you cannot afford one, one can be appointed to you if you qualify. Also, if you are not a U.S. citizen, some charges may adversely affect your immigration status, so you will need to consult with an attorney. Now, some of you will be allowed to post what we call unrestricted bonds for your release from jail pending the prosecution of your case. These bonds may be posted in 3 ways: cash, commercial, or property. If you post a cash bond, someone will deliver the full amount of the bond in cash together with any mandated fees to the sheriff's office, who will hold it until after your final court date, at which time your cash will be returned to the person who posted it. If you do not have the full amount in cash, you could also use a commercial bonding company who may take up to 15% of the bond for their service. This fee is not returned to you. You may also have someone post a property bond so long as there's net equity in that property of at least 3 times the amount of your bond. For example, if I set a bond for $2,000, your property must have at least $6,000 of equity to qualify as a property bond. Now, each of you will have as a condition of your bond that you will not be allowed to violate any laws while you're out on bond. But some of you will have additional special conditions that will prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to certain places. If you have a no contact provision on your bond, this means that you must stay away from and have absolutely no contact with the victim. You may not call, text, email, write a letter to, even contact through any social media platform. You can't even do something nice for that person, such as sending them flowers or a nice song. As nice as that appears, it could violate your bond. Now, if I order you not to return to a particular location, that means that you cannot go back to that location for any reason. If that no return location is a shared residence, meaning you reside there along with the victim, please let me know and I will authorize you to go back, but only while accompanied by our sheriff to collect your personal belongings that are not in dispute. Meaning if there is an issue as to who owns that particular property, you must leave it in the property. You would need to make an appointment to do this within 10 days of being released from jail. The court takes these special conditions very, very seriously. Now, unfortunately, some percentage of you will come back on a bond revocation because you did not listen to what I'm telling you today. You'll go back to your residence, you'll go reconcile with the victim, and it's good until it's not. The moment the victim gets upset, the police is called, and now you're held with no bond. It's not worth it. Your attorney can get with the state to see if the bond can be modified to allow you to have contact or return back to your residence. But until that is done, you cannot have contact or return to that residence if that is a bond condition. If you do violate the bond order and the court considers your contact intimidating or harassing, you could receive additional felony charges such as aggravated stalking or influencing a witness. These types of charges carry a punishment of up to 20 years in prison and $20,000 in fines. Also, if your family, spouse, the victim, he or she will not be allowed to post your bond. Also, you are not allowed to talk to the victim while you are in jail. Now, some of you are charged with offenses for which this court is not authorized to set bond. In this event, a bond hearing will be scheduled before a judge of the Superior Court of Clayton County. Also, if you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set bond at this time. Whether a bond is appropriate in your case will be reconsidered after the probation officer has an opportunity to consider the new arrest. Now, listen closely to this part. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether there is enough evidence or probable cause to keep you detained on your charges. If you bond out, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived because you are no longer detained. If you are charged with misdemeanors only, when you come before the court, I will ask you if you wish to waive your preliminary hearing. All that does is move your case from magistrate to state court faster. It does not affect your bond. It does not affect your rights. It simply moves your case from magistrate to state court. I have no preference as to whether or not you waive your preliminary hearing. If you come up when I ask you, if you say, What does that mean? I'm gonna go ahead and schedule your preliminary hearing because I do not want you waiving something that you don't understand. Again, if you bond out, it's automatically waived anyway. If you are unable, if you think that you are unable to make bond, I would suggest you not waiving your preliminary hearing. Finally, everybody raise their right hands. We're gonna take the oath. If you understand and swear, please respond by saying I do. Do you swear or affirm that the information that you're about to give this court, as well as the information you provided on your application for court-appointed counsel, is true and accurate? If so, say I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. All right, I do Mr. Robinson first. All right, Mr. Robinson, how are you?
Good.
All right, Mr. Robinson, you're charged with interference with government property. That bond is set at $5,000, and you must not violate any laws once you are out of jail. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
You? You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you able to bond out?
I got other charge. I ain't got no bond on.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put you down for, this is a misdemeanor. I'm gonna go ahead and put you down for May 9th for a preliminary hearing. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. You have any questions, sir? All right, good luck to you.
We'll wait for,
Now we're gonna go to the females.
yeah, yes, ma'am. Do you also want the Spanish interpreter to go, or you want to leave him for later?
Oh, we needed a Spanish interpreter?
Yes, ma'am. I sent the email.
Okay, Ms. Thomas, if you can go ahead and get her on. All right, so just hold her for a moment.
Okay, no problem. We're gonna go to the females. Thank
Okay.
you.
State your name for the record.
Alaria Davis Coulter.
I can't hear you.
Alaria Davis Coulter.
All right, Ms. Davis, you're charged with crossing the roadway. At someplace other than the crossway, violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. Crossing the roadway, that bond is set at $500. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, that bond is set at $2,000 for a total bond, $2,500. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be May 8th at 8:30 a.m. But if you bond out, you don't have to worry about that date. You have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Ms. Caldwell.
State your name for the record.
Melanie Caldwell.
When she come in here, then you can go.
Melanie.
Penny Caldwell.
All right, Ms. Caldwell, you are charged with battery. That bond is set at $1,500. You must stay away from Brian Caldwell.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you said.
You must stay away from Brian Caldwell. Do y'all reside in the same house?
Yes, and his office is in our house. His business is from our house.
Say that again.
My husband's business
Mhm.
and office is in our house. And I work for him.
Ms. Caldwell, do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I'm sorry.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Waive it, yes, for the bond, yes.
Waive it?
Isn't that what you do when, if you post bond, you're waiving it anyway?
It automatically.
It automatically
Yeah, you waive it anyway.
Yes.
It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. I have given you one. Hold on, let me look at something really quick.
Okay.
Ms. Carver, I see that you have no criminal history.
No.
All righty. I'm gonna do a, gonna do a no violent contact. You go back in the home, you cannot have any confrontation with, Mr. Caldwell. You will be taken into custody and you will not get a bond.
Okay,
Don't disappoint me.
I certainly will not. I don't want to go through this again. Big lesson learned.
Very big lesson. All right, and you will be released today.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Frederica Scott.
Your, what's, Randriquez? Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right, I could barely hear you. All right, you're charged with violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That bond is set at 500. Use or possession of drug-related items, 500. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, 8,000, for a total bond of $9,000, and you must not violate any laws brought out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I'm appointing one to you. Your preliminary hearing is May 8th, 2023. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Say your name for the record.
Lamaria Slaughter.
Say it again.
Lamaria Slaughter.
Slaughter, okay. And Ms. Slaughter, you're charged with theft by taking that bond and set at 3,000, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I've set your preliminary hearing date for May 8th at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
Hold on. It does appear that you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Luca Welch.
All right, Ms. Welch, you're charged with discharging a firearm by a highway, discharge a firearm on a property, and reckless conduct. All three of your bonds are denied. You are currently on active probation out of Clayton County Superior Court. You were sentenced to 5 years probation in 2019 for terroristic threats, so I cannot set bond at this time. I've set your preliminary hearing. Okay. All right, I've set your preliminary hearing for March 9th at 8:30 a.m.
Your Honor,
Yes,
you said March, you mean May?
I'm sorry, May 9th. Yeah, you don't want to go to court next year. It does appear that you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Hit for the female, Your Honor.
All righty, have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
All right.
What they say, you are going to?
Okay, Your Honor, are we gonna still hold off on the interpreter and we'll just start with the list until you're
Yes,
ready?
yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Mhm. Hey, state your name for the record.
Sean Lamar Alden.
All right, Mr. Alman, you are charged with a right and assist in the jail. That bond is hereby denied. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 8th, 2023.
Why I'm being
I
denied?
have appointed an attorney for you.
I know why you denied my bond.
Yes, you're already in jail and you still committing acts. You're still breaking the law and you're already in jail for other charges. You must stay away from Shamarian Felix.
Who?
Shamarian, I guess that's the individual intentionally did assault the witnesses, Shamarian Felix. And Jalen Malcolm. I have appointed an attorney to you. You will go to court on May the 8th. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice day, man.
Thank you.
No, I think that, maybe LC's.
Good morning. State your name for the record.
Marcus Anger.
Marcus, are you Mr. Angelin?
Sure.
3,000 obstruction, 2,000 criminal trespass, 2,000 bond of $7,000. You must stay away from Amber Bryant Williams, and you may not return to 7811 North Main Street in Jonesboro, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, but can you repeat what the total is though?
The what now?
Can you repeat the total?
The total bond is 7,000. Do you wish, you said you don't wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I take it.
Okay, so that would be May 9th.
I do got a question though.
I'm sorry,
I said I do got a question though.
go ahead.
If I don't make bond, is there a certain amount of time that I get?
What do you mean?
Like that I gotta serve in here, like time served or something?
I mean, you can get credit for the time that you spend in here. Once you get upstairs, yes, you will get credit for the time you have spent in jail.
No, I'm saying like going forward, like how long? Like if I don't pay bail.
If you don't make bond, you have court on May 9th.
All right, that's when I can leave.
That's when you have court.
All right.
You have to stay here until they tell you what you've been sentenced for.
I have appointed an attorney to you so that they can explain all of that to you.
And so,
I know these are allegations, sir, but you know, back in the day, men didn't beat on and hit on women. I just don't understand. I think it's very cowardly.
I never
I
beat
don't
on her.
understand why we have all this violence against women. I just don't get it.
I didn't beat on her.
Stronger can beat a woman. There's no doubt about that. And I don't understand it, but all right, good luck to you, sir.
have a seat in that first seat. Mr. Burks?
Hey, how you doing?
Say your name for the record, sir.
Nathan Burks.
All right, Mr. Burks, you are charged with not paying for public transportation at the MARTA station, Atlanta Airport. Your bond is set at $1,500. You may not return to the MARTA station without a valid breeze ticket. I'm setting your preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. It does appear that you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. So I have appointed one to you. You have any questions, sir?
No, I don't know.
All right, good luck to you.
Have a seat, sir. Mr. Caldwell, right here, sir. In front. Right in front of the camera, right in front of the camera.
All right, Mr. Caldwell. You are charged with battery. That bond is set at $1,500. You must stay away from your wife, Melanie Caldwell, and you may not return to the 9337 Meadowgate Lane in Jonesboro. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I'm sorry, what was the last part about staying away from
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
what's the preliminary hearing for?
I'm going to go ahead and set it down. I don't want you waiving something that you don't understand. So I'm gonna set it down. But if you bond out, you don't have to worry about this court date.
All right, now what's my bond set up?
That you cannot return to your residence.
How do I get my business equipment?
Right, so actually, you're the wife of Miss Caldwell. Miss Caldwell, you're the husband, excuse me. Hold on one second. All right, Mr. Caldwell. I'm gonna let you go back into your home. Do not let me down. You can have no violent contact with your wife. If the police is called out again for domestic disturbance, you're gonna be arrested and given no bond, okay?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
consider this a freebie. It doesn't appear that you have any criminal history. So I'm gonna let you go back in your home. You just can't do anything violent. All right? All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Have a seat right there in the front.
Hold on one second. All right, say your name for the record.
Sandra Doja, Fiona.
What's your last name?
Dozier. Yes.
Dozier.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, Mr. Dozier, you are charged with reckless conduct. That bond is set at 2,000. Reckless driving. That bond is set at 2,000. Hit and run. That bond is set at 5,000 for a total bond of 9,000. You must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
What?
Okay, I'm going to
what-
set your preliminary hearing down for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. If you bond out, you don't have to worry about this court date.
So I can bond out on these charges
You can bond out, yes, sir.
and I get out.
You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed you an attorney. You have any questions?
So after I pay this fee, I don't have no holes in it.
I didn't see a hole. All right, good luck to you, sir. Say your name for the record. Hello there, Miss Fitzgerald.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, good. And so, are you Bruce Davenport?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you charged with simple battery? That bond is set at $1,500, and you must stay away from James Tate, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna set that preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
I didn't know if he was in medical. They had him at 8 feet.
Say your name for the record, sir.
Michael Ferrara.
All right, Michael Ferrara, you are charged with following too closely. That bond is set at 500. DUI, 3,000. Open container, 500 for a total bond of $4,000. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
You said no?
No.
Okay. All right, I'm going to set your preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m.
Yes.
You take it back to intake or she go to 7?
You have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am, I don't.
All right, good luck to you.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Gonzalez is next. That's the one who needs a Spanish interpreter.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Gonzalez is next, and that's the one who needs a Spanish interpreter.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay. State your name for the record.
Diga su nombre, por favor.
Rigoberto González.
Eduardo González.
This is your first.
Rigoberto.
Ah, Rigoberto, sorry.
That's okay.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes?
The interpreter has not been sworn in yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead. I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. I was sworn this morning in another courtroom, but if you need me here too, we can do it here.
And you swear in the affirm that you would translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish to the best of your ability.
I swear.
All righty. And so, let him know this is his first appearance.
Señor, esta es la primera audiencia que usted tiene.
Sí.
Yes.
The purpose of first appearance is to inform you of the charges against you.
Esta audiencia es básicamente para informarle acerca de las faltas o cargos que tiene en su contra.
advise of certain rights,
decirle cuáles son sus derechos,
set bonds for those offenses for which I am authorized to set bond,
imponerle fianza para los cargos que yo estoy autorizada a darle fianza,
to schedule a preliminary hearing,
para darle una cita para la audiencia preliminar
and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney.
y también para nombrarle un abogado si es que usted necesita uno que lo represente.
You have the right to remain silent,
Usted tiene derecho a mantenerse en silencio.
so please do not attempt to tell me any specifics about your case.
Así que por favor no me diga nada acerca de su caso.
During this and all proceedings, you have the following rights.
Usted tiene los siguientes derechos que le voy a explicar.
Right to the presumption of innocence,
Your Honor, I couldn't hear you.
right to the presumption of innocence,
Usted tiene el derecho a la presunción de inocencia,
to indictment by a grand jury for felonies or accusation for misdemeanors,
tiene derecho a que un gran jurado lo acuse si es una felonía o una acusación formal si es un cargo menor.
to a speedy and public jury trial,
Tiene derecho a ir a un juicio rápido frente a un jurado.
tell the attendance of witnesses to testify on your own behalf,
Usted puede traer testigos, evidencias y dar su propia, su propia cuenta de los cargos.
to seizure and question witnesses who are called to testify against you,
Usted tiene derecho a hacerle preguntas a los testigos que la fiscalía trajera a declarar en su contra.
to testify on your own behalf,
Usted también puede dar su propio testimonio.
and to have your team represent you and cannot appoint one can be appointed to you if you qualify.
Y también tiene derecho a tener un abogado. Si no tiene dinero para pagar un abogado, aquí le nombraríamos un abogado de oficio que es gratuito.
Also, if you are not a U.S. citizen, some charges may adversely affect your immigration status.
Si usted no es ciudadano americano, ciertos cargos le podrían afectar su situación inmigratoria.
So you will need to consult with an attorney.
Si tiene ese problema, tendría que hablar con un abogado de inmigración.
Now, based on your charge, I am not going to be granting bond today.
Basándome en las faltas o cargos que tiene en su contra, no le puedo imponer fianza.
I will schedule you for a bond hearing.
Pero sí le voy a dar una cita, otra fecha donde va a ir frente a otro juez para hablar del tema.
You may not have, okay, I'll go through that. All right, so, you are assault by strangulation,
Usted está acusado de agresión con agravante por estrangulamiento.
that bond is denied.
Así que le voy a negar la fianza en este momento.
Battery, and that bond is 2,000.
Ahora, para el otro cargo que es lesiones, la fianza es $2,000.
Theft by taking 2,000.
Robo por obtener un producto es $2,000.
And obstruction, that bond is 2,000.
Sorry, you know, it cut off the last one.
Of an officer, and that bond is 2,000.
Obstrucción a un oficial, eso es otros $2,000.
You may not return to 3152 Harper Lane.
You know, something is happening with your audio. I heard the number, not the name of the street.
Harper Lane.
Copper Lane. Ok. No puede regresar al 3452 Copper Lane.
And that's in Rex, Georgia.
Eso es en Rex, Georgia.
And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond.
Y usted no puede violar ninguna ley si es que usted sale bajo fianza.
Rosa Rejo.
No puede acercarse ni hablar con Rosa Rejo.
It would be a violation of your bond, and you can be placed back in jail with no bond.
Si usted se pone en contacto con la señora Rosa Rejo, eso es una violación de las condiciones de libertad condicional. Lo podrían volver a traer a la cárcel si hace eso.
Do you understand the special conditions of your bond?
¿Entendió cuáles son las condiciones especiales de su libertad condicional o de su fianza?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Okay, señor, suerte.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzgerald.
You're welcome, Your Honor. I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Diga.
¿Cuándo sería la otra audiencia?
Ajá. When is going to be the other hearing that you talk about?
May 8th.
Mayo 8.
And I have appointed an attorney to you.
Y ya le he nombrado un abogado, va a ir a hablar con usted.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All righty.
Okay.
Have a great one.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is it?
That's it.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
is that your name, sir?
Kajin Lamar Green.
All right, Mr. Green, you're charged with starting a riot in the jail. That bond is denied. You must not violate any laws. If you make bond at some point, I've set your preliminary hearing date for May 8th at 8:30 a.m. And I've also appointed you an attorney. Have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Yeah.
Wait on me, man.
You a secretary?
Yeah.
What's your last name?
May.
What's your last name?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, stay there.
Is that your name for the record, sir?
Davion Haywood.
All right, Mr. Haywood, you're charged with criminal trespass. That bond is set at $3,000. You may not return to 780 Gestures Lake Drive in Jonesboro, Georgia. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand? And you must stay away from Keisha Clayton.
Okay.
Do you understand your bond conditions? You understand your bond conditions?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
All right, I'm gonna set that for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. If you bond out, you don't have to worry about it.
All right.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so, I'll see you.
State your name for the record.
Green housing.
All right, Mr. Hauser, you're charged with battery. That bond is set at 3,000, terroristic threats, 4,000, for a total bond of $7,000. You must stay away from Joseph Troutman Brown, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges and the special condition against you?
Yes.
All right, do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
All right, I'm gonna set that preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Dustin Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're charged with interference with government property. That bond is set at $5,000. You may bond, you may not violate any laws while you're under this bond. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
Oh, I've set that preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir. State your name for the record.
Eric Kent.
You say what now?
Eric Lee Kent.
Lee Kent?
Lee, L-E-E.
Oh, Lee Kent. Okay. All right, Eric Lee Kent, you're charged with 2 counts of theft by taking. Both of those bonds are set at $2,000 for a total bond of $4,000. You may not return to the L. Eden Business at 16 Forest Parkway in Forest Park, Georgia, and you must not violate any laws while out on bond. Do you understand the charges and the special conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to set you down for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. It does appear that you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Hey, right? Oh, May. Oh, you May. Okay. Oh, you next. That's Kent. It's Kent, you just went, right?
All right, state your name for the record.
Deontay May.
Say the last name.
Deontay May, M-A-Y.
May, all right. All right, Mr. May, you are charged with interference with government property. That bond is set at $5,000 and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Your preliminary hearing date, do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna set you down for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
No.
All right, are you Mr. Stephen Malone?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Malone, you are charged with terroristic threats. And that bond is set at $15,000 and you must stay away from Christopher Stephen and you may not return to 4493 Meadow Drive in Forest Park. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Set preliminary hearing for May 9th.
Read the preliminary.
Preliminary hearing, May 9th at 8:30 a.m.
Waive it.
You understand the special conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Jeremy Noel.
All right, Mr. Newell, you're charged with driving a suspended license. That bond is set at $1,000, theft by taking $3,000. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. And you must stay away from Sanford Jackson. Do you understand the special conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
I've set your preliminary hearing for May 8th at 8:30 a.m. You have any questions? Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Jared Peel.
All right, Mr. Peel, you are charged with interference with government property. That bond is set at $5,000 and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
I do not want to waive my preliminary hearing. When I got fingerprinted, they told me my bond was, my charge was something else, so I'm just curious what my charge is.
Your charge is interference with government property.
Interfering with government property.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, okay.
Do you want me to read the warrant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, it says, said the defendant did interfere with government property by covering up the camera in the housing section by throwing an object over the camera lens.
That's what it says I did?
Uh-huh. Your preliminary hearing date is May 9th at 8:30 a.m.
I wasn't even in the housing unit.
Okay,
But
so,
it's okay, we'll have to go prelim on.
right, exactly.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
good
fine,
luck to you,
that's fine.
sir.
I'm sorry?
Good luck to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute, wait, back up. Hold on. Send him back.
Hey, buddy.
Oh.
Okay, say your name again.
Jared Peel.
Okay, right. That's why you were confused.
Yeah, I'm
You
very
were
confused.
charged with giving inmate guns, drugs, or alcohol. I'm sorry, I read someone else's warrant to you. It said the defendant did unlawfully have possession of a plastic bag filled with green leafy substance. So basically possession of marijuana. I've set your preliminary hearing for May 8th at 8:30 a.m.
Okay. No bond, correct?
I gave you a $5,000 bond. It's the same bond.
Okay.
Preliminary is 5,000. Preliminary hearing is May 8th, and I have appointed you an attorney.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck to you. State your name for the record.
Rory Phillips.
All right, Mr. Phillips. You are charged with simple assault. That bond is set at 1,500. Simple battery, 1,500 for a total bond of $3,000. You must stay away from Takesha Phillips, and you may not return to 12162 Centera Drive, and that's in Hampton, Georgia. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the special conditions?
You said a total of $3,000, right?
A total of $3,000. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you do want to waive. All right, make sure you get the form to waive that from the deputy. I am going to go ahead and appoint an attorney to you. I'm going to start here. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
State your name.
Corey Ross.
I'm sorry.
Corey Ross.
Ross, okay. All right, Corey Ross, you're charged with theft by receiving stolen property. That bond is set at 1,500, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I am going to go ahead and appoint you an attorney. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
All right, I'm setting that preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for security reasons, we need to, we're gonna skip like 3 people and then we'll continue to go alphabetical order, but there's gonna be 3 of them that we're gonna save for last.
Okay.
Stallings.
State your name for the record, sir.
Jason Stallings.
You say Stallings?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Mr. Stallings, you're charged with interfering with government property. I've set that bond at $5,000. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 9th at 8:30 a.m.
Ma'am.
And I'm also appointing an attorney to you. You have any questions?
No way.
Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they the last 6 and 8.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Good morning. Good morning. Say your name for the record.
Hamza Shabazz.
Say that again.
Hamza Shabazz.
All right, Mr. Shabazz, you are charged with criminal trespass. That bond is set at 4,000, and you
Ma'am.
must still.
I want to know how it's criminal trespassing when I live on the property. The person that was accusing me of whatever crime, they don't live on the property. I live with my friends. Like, so I don't understand how that was criminal trespassing. Like, she came to my residence.
Let me read the warrant to you. The warrant says that you intentionally caused damage to the rear passenger tire of a white and colored Volkswagen Jetta when you punctured the tire several times with a sharp object. That's considered criminal trespass. You damaged it.
Okay.
That bond is set at 4,000, and you must stay away from Karma Perry, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I am going to go ahead and appoint an attorney to you. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. Do you have any questions, sir? Make sure you're not going around Miss Perry.
Is it possible I can get a signature bond? Because I got 2 jobs that I work, and
this is ridiculous. Y'all gotta learn some kind of anger management or dealing with.
Ma'am, it's an accusation. Like,
I trust me, I'm the judge. I know. It's only an allegation, but your bond is set at 4,000. And good luck to you.
Mr. Bonson, Turner.
State your name for the record.
Long Senate, ma'am.
Say that again.
Long Senate, ma'am.
You got to see your match.
Long Senate, ma'am.
Bonson and Tony.
Long Senate.
Tony.
Long Senate, Tony.
Just say your last name.
Long Senate.
Oh, Bob, with a B. Okay, you're charged with battery. That bond is set at 3,000. You must stay away from Beliasock, Bosnick, and you may not return to 8210 Queens Drive in Jonesboro, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I've set that preliminary hearing date for May 9th at 8:30 a.m.
I cannot be back there to the address?
Cannot go back there.
Okay, I cannot go back to that.
I am going to appoint an attorney to you, so you'll be able to talk about the attorney about how you can get that modified.
That's not the.
You have any questions, though? I've appointed an attorney to you. Your total bond is 3,000. You can't go back to that residence, and you are not to have any contact with your wife. Good luck to you, sir.
Bolton, not, he's medical, Nehemiah, he's medical. For medical. No, hold on.
State your name for the record, sir. State your name for the record.
Tracy Walton.
Tracy Walton.
Wilkinson and Wilson, Franklin, everybody else.
All right, Mr. Walton, you are charged with aggravated assault. That bond is hereby denied. Possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime. That bond is set at 5,000. You must stay away from Syed Muhammad. I've set your preliminary hearing for May 8th at 8:30 a.m. And I have also appointed an attorney to you. Do you have any questions, sir?
May you repeat the question, please? May you repeat it?
Yes, I said you are charged with aggravated assault. Your bond is denied. And possession of a weapon during a crime, that bond is set at $5,000. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I've set your preliminary hearing date for May 8th at 8:30 a.m. And I've appointed you an attorney. Do you have any other questions?
Did you say my bond is 5,000 for both charges?
You don't have a bond on the aggravated assault. You only have a bond on the weapons possession.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Wilcox, Tony Wilcox.
State your name for the record.
Tony Wilcox.
All right, Mr. Wilcox, you're charged with unlawful removal of baggage from the airport, giving false name. The unlawful removal of baggage, just bond is set at $1,500, giving false name, $1,000 for a total bond of $2,500. You may not return to the Atlanta airport unless you are holding a valid ticket. I've set your preliminary hearing for May 9th.
I waive it, man.
Excuse me, May 8th at 8:30 a.m. And I have appointed an attorney.
I waive it.
Your Honor,
You
he
have
said
any
he wants to
questions?
waive his preliminary hearing, Your Honor.
I'm not gonna let him waive it.
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Oh, well, said. And that's what she said, Your Honor. She said, that's what she said, that's what she said.
What's your name, sir?
Rodriguez Wilcoxon.
Mr. Wilcoxon. All right, Mr. Wilcoxon, you're charged with simple battery. That bond is at $3,000, cruelty to children, $1,500 for a total bond of $4,500. You must stay away from Shamara Williams, and you may not return to 296 Roy Huey Road in Riverdale, Georgia.
Excuse me,
You
y'all.
must not-
That's my residence. She don't live there.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at the police report.
Yeah, that's my residence. My name. She don't live there.
Do y'all share children?
No, we don't have children together. She have 3 kids. She came over to my house yesterday and she jumped on me and I called the police and they locked me up.
Okay, for some reason they have it coded as family violence, and usually what that means is that y'all reside together, but he did not put that you.
She stays in Alabama. She stays out in Alabama.
Okay, all right, so I'll take that off. I'll remove that.
Okay.
But you cannot have any contact with her.
Okay.
I have set your preliminary hearing for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. If you bond out, you don't have to worry about that date.
Okay.
And I've also appointed you an attorney. You have any questions, sir?
Oh, shit.
Your total bond is $4,500.
4,500. So
Yes.
how much that would be to get out? About 600, 500?
About 600, something like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have
All
a
right,
nice
good
day.
luck to you. What's your name, sir?
Frank Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson. You are charged with battery, family violence, terroristic threats, obstruction of a 911 call, and harassing phone calls. All those bonds are hereby denied. You are currently on active probation out of Monroe County Superior Court. You were sentenced last year to 3 years probation, and you must also stay away from Donna Harper. I am setting your preliminary hearing date. All right, so I'm setting your preliminary hearing date for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. I've also appointed you an attorney. Again, you may not have any contact with Donna Harper. Once you are, or if you are able to be released. You have any questions, sir?
No.
All right. State your name for the record.
Daryl Williams.
Hold on, Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said Daryl Williams?
Daryl Williams.
Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, you're charged with interference with government property. That bond is set at $5,000. I'm setting your preliminary hearing date for May 9th at 8:30 a.m. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Brandon Short.
Then, Mr. Shorter?
Yeah, ma'am.
All righty, you're charged with, I'm giving inmate guns, a gun, drug, or alcohol. I've set that bond at $5,000. I am gonna go ahead and appoint an attorney to you.
Yeah, ma'am.
Your preliminary hearing is gonna be May 8th at 8:30 a.m.
Yeah, ma'am. Have a nice day.
All righty, good luck to you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Your Honor, we have one more, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, now, what about a Dustin Jones?
Mr. Jones went. You gave him, that's the one, he came up, you gave him a preliminary hearing for May 9th.
I don't know why I didn't put it in my stack this year. Okay, all righty. I do have it all filled out, but oh no, I didn't put it in the right stack. All righty.
And then
Mr. Scott left?
Yeah, so we're having an issue in the jail, and we had locked him in because we were having like a security issue with him.
Okay.
But the jail air system went down, so we're not able to get him out of the cell right now.
So you want me to just stand by for a moment?
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
All right.
Wallace. Where Wallace go?
Go to the tower.
She what?
She went to the tower.
Oh, who else over there?
Myself.
Just you and Wallace? Where everybody else at?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay, where Thomas gone to?
We're currently still live.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Oh no, this is her JA.
Oh, sorry.
All right, we are now streaming live on YouTube. Today is May 1st, 2023. I'm Judge Kate Johnson. When I call the calendar, please make your announcement. Timothy Allen.
State's ready.
Mhm.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Allen will be a hearing this morning.
Mhm. Aquarius Bell.
That was indicted.
That is correct, Judge.
Great, thank you. And then Breakfield, Todd. I see that's Chris Toll's case. And he has a conflict. Is that your understanding, Ms. Freeman?
Yes, he did. He emailed me a conflict.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know if he intends on appearing late, or did he say what he wanted to do, or just continue it?
Wait, let me go back in and see.
We can come back to it.
Okay, and I'll try to see if I know he at one point he was in trial.
Yes, a lot of jury trials on here.
Yeah. So, we'll.
1, 2, 3,
hold it
4,
and see.
5.
Right, we can wait until the end of the calendar and see.
Okay, all right. I can go on that one. Charles Chandler.
State's ready.
That's gonna be a fast track, yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Rogers? Where you go? Oh, okay. All right. What about Khalid Charleston?
State's ready.
Nicole Jones for Mr. Charleston. That would be a bond waiver this morning, Your Honor.
Who represents Mr. Charleston?
Nicole Jones.
I'm sorry?
Nicole Jones, it's a bond waiver this morning.
Oh, okay, Ms. Jones, all right. Kevin Clark?
That's the fast track this morning, Your Honor, with Attorney Brandon Lewis.
All right.
And Judge, may I be excused?
Yes, have a great day. Good to see you. Deontay Davenport?
State's ready.
That's gonna be a hearing.
Daryl Dees?
State's ready.
Nicole Jones for Mr. Dees, and that will be a hearing.
I'm sorry? Ms. Jones, you
A
said
hearing?
something?
Yes, Your Honor. That will be a hearing this morning.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just that is a co-defendant to Brakefield with Attorney Tolles. If we have to continue, Mr. Brakefield, I would ask that, it's the first time both cases have been on the calendar. I would ask for continuance on both of them to keep them together.
Okay.
And the defense has no
Any objection to that, Ms. Jones?
No, Your Honor.
Labonius Edwards?
State's ready.
Who represents Mr. Edwards?
Oh, I thought you said a different name. Mr. Edwards is probably gonna be a fast track. Just need to double check that this morning.
Okay, I'll just put three for me. Curtis Flowers? Curtis Flowers?
State's ready.
All right,
Nicole Jones for Mr. Flowers. That'll be a fast track this morning.
all right, thank you. Jalen Freeman?
The state's ready, but I believe that Ms. Scall had indicated that I think Attorney Lewis had been assigned recently, I believe.
Judge, what's going on is with these jail cases, there's so many that Judge Mack is helping us find people. Not on this case necessarily, but on other cases. Mr. Lewis was assigned to Mr. Freeman, but it is a conflict for him. So we just don't have counsel for Mr. Freeman that I know of at this point.
And so who's my lovely Miss Pat Davis? Patricia
sorry.
Davis.
She said something.
You want to just continue it? Is this a co-defendant case at all?
No, it's not.
Okay. So you want to just continue it, Ms. Gall?
Judge, as I said, I'm not even certain if this case has been sent over to us or if it's been sent to Judge Mack. But yeah, I don't have counsel in my office.
So based on what I'm seeing, Ms. Gall, it was right. It was closed out and sent to Judge Mack based on what I'm from my end.
So
Right, so we would just ask that it be continued, Judge.
Okay.
Do we have a date that you're using?
Ms. Thomas, what date should we be using?
We can use May 22nd.
Okay. So Mr. Freeman, we will continue to May 27th. All right. Thank you. Lavender Gresham. Lavender Gresham.
State's ready.
According to the sheriff's department, he's out on loan. So we'd have to continue it.
Okay, out on loan. All right.
Judge, will that one be on the 22nd as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
All righty. Montez Harris.
The state's ready.
Nicole Jones, Mr. Harris, that will probably be a hearing today.
And Judge, there is a co-defendant on that case as well, Davion Turner.
Okay. Ashley Hartman.
State's ready.
Mhm.
I need to hold on that way. I get hearing though.
Mhm. Sharon Jones.
State's ready.
Nicole Jones, Miss Jones, I just received a new bond offer, so I need to speak with her first, Your Honor.
Mhm. Cedric Lawrence. That's the one we did the bond waiver already.
Yes, Judge. Mhm.
Richard Lee.
The state's ready. That's for Attorney Todd.
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Mr. Lee. We're ready for a hearing.
You are ready. Okay. Thank you. Daryl Matthews.
The state's ready.
Mhm.
That's a bond waiver.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Green. Matthews. Mhm. Demetrius Moore.
And that was a bond, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
That was a bond waiver I sent you this morning with Attorney Latrell. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. What about Terrence Peak?
That's a misdemeanor.
Okay,
Needs
so
to
you
be placed on the misdemeanor calendar.
The continuance.
Demetrius Powell.
State's ready.
Nicole Jones, for Mr. Powell, I received a new bond offer, so can we hold on that?
Yes, ma'am. Caleb Randolph.
State's ready, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I received information that there are potentially new charges coming down the pipe for Mr. Randolph. So on that basis, we are asking for a continuance.
And no objection, Your Honor.
And Attorney Keegan, do you have a time frame?
I do not at this time. We are still conducting the forensic interviews.
So can we do 30 days?
I would say 30 days sounds good.
All right, Ms. Thomas, if you can find me for 30 days, that would be June 5th. Oh, should that be June 5th?
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And that concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
I believe your witnesses are on as well, Attorney Keegan.
They are, and I'll text them and speak with them as well. Thank you.
Hold on a half a second for me, guys. All righty. Eric Ray.
State's ready.
And Your Honor, that'll be a hearing this morning.
Joe Ridley. Joe Ridley.
That was a misdemeanor, Judge.
All right, Edward Rothall.
State's ready.
It looks like it's gonna be a bond waiver this morning. I just need to confirm that.
Joshua Schubert.
That was indicted.
That is correct, Judge.
April Smith.
That'll be a fast track this morning.
Who's the defense attorney on that one?
Nicole
Ms.
Jones,
Rogers?
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Davion Turner.
State's ready.
Good morning, Judge. Thomas Florio for Davion Turner, and that'll be a hearing this morning, Judge.
Okay. Morris Turner. Morris Turner.
State's ready.
Judge Carlin's gone here for Mr. Schoolcraft on that. That is the client I wanted to speak to in the jail. But if it needs to be a hearing, we'd be ready.
So they don't have him yet?
They did not have him the last time I went in, and then the PD's office was in before we called the calendar.
Okay. Deputy, do y'all have Mr. Turner? I don't think anyone is there. Okay, Jerome Whitaker.
Whitaker.
State's ready.
Yes, ma'am. Who you need, ma'am?
Mr. Norris Turner, did y'all bring him up yet?
Mr. Turner?
Your Honor, he's here.
Turner.
He's here.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. You said state's ready on Whitaker?
Yes.
All right.
And that's probably gonna be a fast track. Just need to double check.
Okay. Darrell White.
That was the bond previously done.
Christian Wiggins.
Judge, on this case, one, the given a false name, the warrant 2023 WA 05335, that's a misdemeanor that's not related to any of the felonies, so that needs to be placed on a misdemeanor calendar. But regarding the other charges, one of our witnesses is in some type of training and would not be available until after August 25th. Attorney Pleasant and I were trying to work something.
August 25th?
August 25th, Judge.
Okay.
And so we've been trying to.
And there's no one else can testify or bring this?
That's the information I was just informed as far as that she is out until August 25th.
Okay.
Attorney, we may be able to still work something out.
Okay. All right. So you want me to put this just as a pretrial?
If you could, Judge.
And this is Ms. Scalls?
No,
this is
Pleasant.
Ms. Pleasant, okay. That concludes the call of the calendar. And so, Deputy, if you could go back into room 3, and Ms. Scalls, if you can join room 3 to speak to your client.
Heading there now. Thank you, Judge.
All righty. And then when Ms. Scalls is done, I know Mr. Rogers had a few he needed to confirm. Is that correct, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it. So.
And Judge, I'm going to be here. I'm just doing paperwork.
Okay.
And making sure I get the officers for the hearings.
All right, so you don't know just yet. It's whoever logs on first, right?
Well, yeah, well, I would like to get, I know Attorney Todd has Richard Lee, and that's what Cummings, so I'm gonna try to go ahead. I don't see Cummings on here yet. And so I'm gonna try to see why Cummings isn't on yet.
Okay, all right, I'm sitting right here. Just holler at me when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Freeman, I'm gonna call you on Higgins.
Okay.
Wiggins.
All right, thank you.
Judge, we're still showing live, just so you know.
You go in 6, don't do the month, get that down and go in 6, you go back.
PD's office, I think Javaric, you were next for the jail. I'm out if you want to hop in.
I'm gonna hop in with you, Gerard.
And then Judge, I don't know if the judge is on, but we're still streaming on YouTube. I don't know if she wanted to turn that off.
Just sometimes it's your time to go on. All right, we are now streaming live on YouTube.
Your Honor, you're a little muffled. We can barely hear you.
We are now streaming live on YouTube. Can you hear me?
I can hear you better, Judge.
Okay. All right. All right. Today is March 22nd, 2023. I am Judge Case Johnson, and I am the Magistrate Court Judge presiding over today's calendar.
Lo estamos transmitiendo en vivo vía YouTube. Hoy es día 22 de marzo del 2023. Yo soy la jueza Case Johnson y soy la magistrada que preside la lista de causa de la mañana de hoy.
If you are having any problems hearing me, please let me know, as there are a few things I need to go over with you prior to starting the calendar.
Si usted está teniendo dificultad escuchándome, por favor déjeme saber, porque hay varias cosas que necesito repasar con usted antes de comenzar esta lista de causas.
First, I am not here to try your case, take a plea, or have any legal discussions with you about the specifics of your matter.
Primero, yo no estoy acá para juzgar su caso, aceptar una declaración a cargos o tener discusiones legales con relación a los detalles específicos de su asunto.
The purpose of first appearance is to inform you of the rights, inform you of the charges against you and advise you of certain rights.
El propósito de su comparecencia inicial es informarles cuáles son los cargos en su contra, informarles ciertos derechos.
Set bonds for those offenses for which I am authorized to set bond.
Fijar una fianza en aquellos delitos en los cuales estoy autorizada a fijarle fianza.
Schedule a preliminary hearing.
Programar una audiencia preliminar.
Determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney.
Determinar si usted requiere la asistencia de un abogado.
Also, you have the right to remain silent, so please do not tell me any specifics about your case or any legal defense that you may have.
Además, usted tiene el derecho de permanecer en silencio, o sea que no trate de darme detalles específicos con respecto a su caso o cualquier defensa legal que usted podría tener.
As I said earlier, we are streaming live and this hearing is being recorded. Anything you say during this proceeding can and will be held against you in later proceedings.
Como le dije anteriormente, estamos transmitiendo en vivo y esta audiencia está siendo grabada. Y cualquier cosa que usted diga durante este procedimiento sería usado en su contra en las audiencias posteriores.
Now, during this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights: the right to the presumption of innocence.
Durante este procedimiento y todos los procedimientos posteriores, usted tiene los siguientes derechos: el derecho a la presunción de inocencia,
To indictment by a grand jury for felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors,
a que el gran jurado le formule una acusación para los delitos mayores y que se le formule una acusación para los delitos menores,
to a speedy and public jury trial, and to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your own behalf,
a tener un juicio sin demora público y ante un jurado y a exigir la asistencia de testigos para que testifiquen a su favor,
to see, hear, and question witnesses who are called to testify against you,
de ver, escuchar y contrainterrogar a los testigos que sean citados a testificar en su contra,
and to have an attorney represent you. And if you cannot afford one could be appointed to you if you qualify.
y de tener un abogado para que los represente. Y si usted no pudiese contratarse un abogado, uno le podría ser nombrado si usted califica.
And to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford one can be appointed to you. And also, if you are now a citizen, any charges may adversely affect your immigration status, so you will need to consult with an attorney.
Y de tener un abogado para que los represente, o sea que uno le podría ser nombrado. Además, si usted no es ciudadano estadounidense, algunos cargos podrían afectar de forma negativa su estado migratorio, o sea que usted necesitaría consultar con un abogado.
Now, some of you will be allowed to post what we call unrestricted bonds for your release from jail pending the prosecution of your case.
Ahora, a alguno de ustedes se le va a permitir pagar lo que nosotros llamamos fianzas sin restricciones, teniendo el caso pendiente para ser procesado.
But some of you will have additional conditions that will prohibit you from going certain places or being around certain people.
Pero algunos de ustedes van a tener condiciones especiales donde se le prohíbe ir a ciertos lugares o que tengan contacto con ciertas personas.
But first, let's talk about the bonds. Bonds may be posted in three ways: cash, commercial, or property.
Primero vamos a hablar de la fianza. La fianza puede ser pagada de tres formas: en efectivo, usando una compañía de fianza o usando una propiedad.
If you post a cash bond, someone will deliver the full amount of the bond in cash, together with any mandated fees, to the sheriff's office, who will hold it until after your final court date.
Si usted paga su fianza en efectivo, alguien tiene que llevar la cantidad total de su fianza en efectivo más las tarifas mandatorias a la comisaría, la cual se quedaría con ese dinero hasta el final de su caso.
At which time your cash will be returned to the person who posted it once your case is concluded.
Y en ese momento su fianza le sería reembolsada a la persona que lo pagó tan pronto su caso haya terminado.
Now, if you do not have the full amount in cash, you could also use a commercial bonding company. This company will take up to 15% of the bond for their service, and this fee will not be returned to you.
Si usted no tiene este monto completo para pagar su fianza, usted podría usar una compañía de fianza y esta compañía le cobraría hasta un 15% de la cantidad total de su fianza por sus servicios, pero esta tarifa no le sería reembolsada.
You may also have someone post a property bond so long as the net equity in that property is at least 3 times the amount of your bond. For example, if I set a bond for $2,000, your property must have at least $6,000 in equity to qualify as a property bond.
Usted también le podría permitir a alguien que use una propiedad para pagar su fianza, siempre y cuando esta propiedad tenga un capital neto de por lo menos 3 veces la cantidad total de su fianza. Por ejemplo, si yo le fijo su fianza a $2,000, esta propiedad tendría que tener por lo menos $6,000 en capital neto para poder ser usada.
Now, as I stated earlier, some of you will have additional special conditions that will prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to certain places.
Como yo le dije anteriormente, algunos de ustedes van a tener condiciones especiales donde se le prohíbe que vaya a ciertos lugares o que tenga contacto con ciertas personas.
If you have a no contact provision on your bond, this means that you must stay away from and have no contact with the victim.
Si usted tiene una orden de alejamiento en su fianza, esto significa que usted tiene que mantenerse totalmente alejado y que no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima.
You may not call, text, email, write a letter to, or contact through any social media platform.
Usted no puede llamar, enviar un mensaje de texto, enviar un correo electrónico, escribir una carta o tener ningún tipo de contacto mediante las redes sociales.
You can't even do something nice for that person because this could be considered a violation of your bond.
Usted ni siquiera puede hacer algo amable por esa persona porque esto podría ser considerado un infringimiento en las condiciones de su fianza.
Now, if I order you not to return to a particular location, that means that you cannot go to that location for any reason.
Si yo le ordeno a usted que no regrese a un lugar en particular, eso significa que usted no puede regresar a ese lugar por ninguna razón.
The no return location is a shared residence, meaning you reside there with the alleged victim. Please let me know and I will authorize you to go back to collect your personal belongings that are not in dispute, but only while accompanied by a sheriff or law enforcement officer.
Y si el lugar que yo le digo que usted no puede regresar es una residencia compartida, lo que esto significa es que usted vive ahí con la presunta víctima, por favor déjeme saber y yo le voy a permitir que usted regrese a retirar sus artículos personales que no estén bajo disputa, pero solamente acompañado por un alguacil.
You will need to contact the sheriff's office and make an appointment within 10 days after being released.
Y usted va a tener que ponerse en contacto con la comisaría para hacer una cita durante los primeros 10 días después de haber sido puesto en libertad.
Now, unfortunately, some percentage of you will come back on a bond revocation because you didn't take what I am saying seriously here today.
Ahora, desafortunadamente, un porcentaje de ustedes van a regresar bajo custodia para tener una revocación de su fianza porque usted no tomó en serio lo que yo le dije acá en el día de hoy.
You will return to your residence or you will get out and start reconciling with the victim.
Usted regresaría a su residencia, usted saldría y se reconciliaría con la víctima.
And it's all good until it's not. So what happens is now when that party becomes upset, the police is called and now you are arrested with no bond.
Y todo está bien hasta que no lo esté. O sea que lo que va a ocurrir es que cuando la otra parte se disguste, la policía sería llamada y usted sería arrestado sin tener derecho a fianza.
It's not worth it. Make sure that your attorney can request that the bond be modified, but until then, please do not violate the bond conditions. It's simply not worth it.
Y no vale la pena, o sea que solamente asegúrese que su abogado puede pedir que modifiquen la orden, pero de lo contrario, no incumpla su orden hasta que su caso no sea resuelto. Realmente no vale la pena.
So if you do violate the bond order and the court considers your contact intimidating or harassing, you could receive additional felony charges such as aggravated stalking or influence of witness. These type charges carry a punishment of up to 20 years in prison and $20,000 in fines.
Y si usted infringe las condiciones de su fianza y la jueza considera su contacto de manera intimidante o acosante, a usted se le podría imputar cargos por delitos graves como persecución ilícita con agravante o influenciar un testigo. Y este tipo de cargos conllevan una pena de hasta 20 años en prisión y una multa de hasta $20,000.
Now, also, the victim, you may not have a conversation with the victim from the jail while you're in jail, nor will the victim be allowed to visit you while you are in jail.
Y a usted no se le va a permitir tener una conversación con la víctima mientras a usted está encarcelado, ni a la víctima se le va a permitir visitarlo a usted mientras usted está encarcelado.
Also, if you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set bond at this time. Whether a bond is appropriate in your case will be reconsidered once the probation officer has an opportunity to review your new arrest.
Y si usted está bajo libertad condicional actualmente, a esta jueza no se le permite, no está autorizada a fijarle una fianza en estos momentos. Si la fianza es apropiada en su caso, va a ser tomada en consideración nuevamente después que el agente de libertad condicional haya tenido la oportunidad de tomar en consideración el nuevo arresto.
Now listen closely to this part. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether there's enough evidence or probable cause to keep you detained on your charges.
Escuche cuidadosamente esta parte. El propósito de una audiencia preliminar es determinar si hay suficiente pruebas o motivo fundado para mantenerlo a usted detenido por estos cargos.
If you bond out, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived.
Si usted paga su fianza y sale, su audiencia preliminar se cancela automáticamente.
If you are charged with misdemeanors only, when you come before the court, I will ask you if you wish to waive your preliminary hearing. What that does is simply move your case from magistrate court to state court faster. The court does not have any preference as to whether or not you waive.
Si a usted se le acusa de delitos menores solamente, cuando usted venga ante la corte, yo le voy a preguntar que si usted quiere renunciar a tener su audiencia preliminar. Lo que esto hace es que mueve su caso del tribunal de primera instancia al tribunal estatal más rápido y la corte no tiene ninguna preferencia de si usted renuncia a tener su audiencia preliminar o no.
When you come before the court, if I ask you if you wish to waive your preliminary hearing and you say, what does that mean? I'm just going to go ahead and set you down for a preliminary hearing.
Si usted viene ante la corte, yo le pregunto que si usted quiere renunciar a tener su audiencia preliminar y usted me pregunta qué esto significa, yo solamente lo voy a programar para que tenga su audiencia preliminar.
All right, so finally, I'm about to read the oath to you. If you understand and swear to it, please respond by saying I do. But everybody, please raise their right hand.
Finalmente, yo estoy a punto de leer un juramento. Si usted así lo entiende y así lo jura, por favor, diga lo juro. Por favor, todos levanten su mano derecha.
All right, do you swear or affirm that the information that you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, and that you provided correct information on your application for court-appointed counsel?
Usted jura y afirma que la información que usted va a dar ante esta corte va a ser la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Y también jura que la información proporcionada para que le nombre un abogado de oficio es correcta y verdadera. Si así lo jura, diga lo juro.
Okay, and so, Ms. Bermudez, who do you have?
I have Mr. Torres Jaramillo.
Sit down.
Your Honor, you may find it under Torres.
Wait, hold on. I'm just separating these out really quickly.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so is that the T.O. Torres is the last name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Jaramillo is also a last name. So
Okay, there you go. All righty. Hold one moment. If you could bring up Mr. Torres. Mhm. All right, state your name for the record, sir.
diga su nombre para que conste en el acta, señor.
Brian Gerley Torres Aramillo.
Brian Gerley Torres Jaramillo.
Sí.
All righty, you are charged with battery family violence. I've set that bond at 2,000.
A usted se le acusa de agresión corporal, violencia doméstica, y yo le fijé esa fianza a 2,000.
You also charged with criminal cruelty to children. That bond is set at 1,500.
Y también se le acusa de crueldad infantil y esa fianza es de 1,500.
For a total bond of $3,500.
Para una fianza total de $3,500.
You may not have any contact with Joyce Campaz.
Usted no puede tener ningún tipo de contacto con Joyce Campaz.
And you may not return to 5503 Riverdale Road.
Y usted no puede regresar a la 5503 Riverdale Road.
Do you understand the special conditions of your bond, sir?
¿Entiende usted las condiciones especiales de su fianza, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
¿Desea usted renunciar a tener su audiencia preliminar? No le escuché.
¿Me puede explicar a qué se refiere?
Could you explain to me what that is?
Okay, so I explained it in the opening, but I'm going to go ahead and set your preliminary hearing date for April the 11th at 8:30 a.m.
Yo expliqué en la información de apertura, pero yo le voy a programar su audiencia preliminar para el día 11 de abril a las 8:30 de la mañana.
If you bond out, you don't have to worry about that court date.
Si usted paga su fianza y sale, usted no tiene que preocuparse por esa fecha de venir a la corte. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The interpreter was not unable to hear.
Yo no me he
What
podido
was said.
comunicar, disculpe, no me he podido comunicar con nadie porque, o sea, el único número que me sé es el de mi mamá para Colombia. Y aquí no he podido, o sea, el número de aquí no me lo sé. Entonces, estoy pidiendo desde ayer una llamada a Colombia para que me den un número de aquí porque el de aquí no me lo sé.
Ok, señor, a ver si the interpreter needs some clarification. Ok, usted, la comunicación no se estaba escuchando de manera clara. Usted dijo que no le habían permitido hacer una llamada, no le pude entender.
Mira, no he podido hacer una llamada porque, o sea, me dan llamadas aquí local, ¿me entiendes? Y no
Okay, I
tengo.
have not been able to make a phone call because I can only make local calls.
Okay, so why is he saying that? Is he saying he won't be able to bond out?
¿Y por qué está diciendo eso? ¿Está usted diciendo que usted no va a poder pagar su fianza y salir?
Sí, o sea, es que necesito comunicarme con mi hermano que está aquí, pero no me sé el número, ¿me entiendes? Entonces, al llamar a mi mamá, ella me lo va a dar, pero mi mamá está en Colombia.
The thing is that I need to be able to get in touch with my brother who is here, but I don't know his phone number, and I will have to call my mother in Colombia so she could give me the number.
Okay, there's nothing, what does he want the court to do about that?
¿Qué quiere usted que la jueza haga al respecto?
Si me puede colaborar con la llamada para yo ahora sí explicarle a mi hermano qué es lo que se va a hacer, ¿me entiendes? Porque
If you could help me get a phone call, because that way I can explain to my brother what is that needs to be done.
That is, I don't control the jail and their policies as it relates to inmates making calls. So you would have to deal with the jail directly, but they should allow you to make some calls.
Ellos le deben de permitir a usted hacer unas llamadas, pero yo no controlo las políticas de la cárcel y cómo ellos le permiten a los reos hacer llamadas. O sea que eso es algo que usted lo tiene que lidiar directamente con ellos.
No, o sea, yo se lo dije porque pensé que podía nomás hacer la llamada. Pero, o sea, porque el número de mi hermano no me lo sé, ¿me entiendes?
I told you that because I thought that you could help me make a phone call, but I don't know my brother's phone number.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir, but you're gonna have to figure that out. There's nothing that the court can do for you on that.
Lo siento, señor, eso es algo con lo que usted va a tener que averiguar por sí mismo, porque no hay nada que la corte pueda hacer al respecto.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor.
Is that the only one you have?
I believe so, Judge, unless the deputies know otherwise.
Deputies, do you have any other Spanish speaking? Want to
No,
get a translator? No, ma'am. Okay. All right, and so let me tell you right now, Alicia Brown, Stephen Cummings, Malik Hamilton, I need to handle those last. If you have nothing else, I think you're free to go, Ms. Bermudez.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, and Attorney Coles. Good morning.
Morning, Judge. How you
Oh,
doing?
it's afternoon. Oh, my goodness. Okay, and so I do have in my possession the documents that Ms. Thomas located. Hold, I had not had a chance to look at that. This is based on 857.
Your Honor, I don't mean to cut you off. Are you done with them?
Yes, Deputy, you can take, yes, you can take that back. Take him back, and you can, if you would bring forward Gonda Salazar.
Salazar.
Yes.
She's on the female side, Your Honor.
Yes, if we can bring her forward, please.
State your name.
Right, so, I have reviewed documents, Attorney Coles, and I am going to dismiss this case. It appears that it was administratively dismissed. It is showing the same exact case number. Not sure why. But you also do on the mail side, there you go. I'm not sure why it still showed in the system. I don't know, but at any rate, I am dismissing it this morning.
Thank you, Judge.
All righty, and hold tight, Attorney Toles. I need to send something in the chat for you. Okay, all right, so if that's all you have, you are free to go. Have a great day, unless you just want to hang out with us.
Thank you.
No, I was referring to the attorney. So yes, so Ms. Salazar, this case will be dismissed.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, have a good one.
Have a good day.
Your Honor,
Yes,
please, the court, I would like for Ms. Lewis to go first, please.
let's see where we have Ms. Lewis. What is Ms. Lewis doing?
She is talking and grinding her teeth, and the other inmates can't hear you talking. She's number 13.
Okay.
I didn't say you couldn't talk, but you're talking when you're not supposed to be talking. Yeah.
Go ahead and bring her forward.
Come on, Ms. Lewis.
Hold on.
You say your name, Ms. Lewis.
Well, hold on, Ms. Lewis. All right, Ms. Lewis, you are charged. You are charged with criminal trespass. I've set that bond at 1,000. Drug-related items, I've set that bond at 500 for a total bond of $1,500. You may not return to the quick trip. You already had a no trespass already, but if you return to the quick trip, sir, ma'am, I'm sorry, you could be rearrested again. That quick trip is located at 8805 Tierra Boulevard. And that's from Jonesboro? Yes, in Jonesboro. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes. No, yes, I want to waive it.
Are you able to bond out, ma'am?
No.
Okay, well, I'll set you down. I'm gonna set it down for.
Can I go, time served? I mean, I might have bought out homeless.
I'm sorry?
I'm homeless. I don't have money to bond now. You said I can go back?
So if
I won't go back now.
if you get, where are you living, Ms. Lewis?
Where are you? 1615 Stewart Avenue, Metropolitan.
Where is, I mean, is that a house or?
The home.
You said no? Okay. All right. So your bond is set at 1,500. I am setting your preliminary hearing date for April the 11th at 8:30 a.m. All righty. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am appointing one to you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
So I can go home?
If you post your bond, you can. Okay, who are we doing next? Can I get Michaela Bolar?
Yes, this is she.
All right, Ms. Bolar, you are charged with battery family violence. That bond is set at 1,500. You must stay away from Ivan Monge, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the special conditions of your bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, please.
Are you able to bond out?
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and, so you want to waive?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. So the deputy will give you a waiver to sign. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am appointing one to you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
And who, state your name for the record?
Tammy Farmer.
All right, Ms. Farm, you are charged with burglary. That bond is set at 8,000. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, 2,000. Crossing the guard line, 2,000. Criminal trespass, 2,000, for a total bond of $14,000. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Your preliminary hearing date is scheduled for April the 12th at 8:30 a.m. If you bond out, you don't have to worry about that court date. Good luck to you, ma'am. State your name.
Heaven Morland.
I'm sorry.
Heaven Morland.
What's your first name? Eric?
Heaven.
Heaven?
Yes.
Okay, let's see. And then say that last name one more time.
It's hyphenated. It's more than one.
Spell it, just spell it for me.
OORE-LATTIMORE.
Okay, move, just let me sit her down for just one moment.
Okay.
Oh, I have her, I'm sorry. I got it right here. All righty. Today is the 22nd. All right, you are charged with criminal damage in the second degree. In this case, it's a felony. I've set your bond at $2,500, and you must stay away from Jacory Jacobs. Did you guys live together, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, and you must stay away from the 333 Indian Lake Drive. You may not return. I'm sorry,
I live there.
both of y'all live there?
Yes, we both live there.
Right, and so I can't not have you return to the incident location. So I am gonna appoint an attorney for you so you can get with your attorney about getting this bond condition modified. But right now, you cannot return.
And did you say it was a felony or no?
It's a felony, yes, because it went over the $500 threshold, so it is a felony. And so I've set your preliminary hearing date for 4/12/2023 at 8:30 a.m. But if you bond out, you don't have to worry about that court date. You have any questions?
Just can you repeat that bond amount one more time for me?
2,500.
All right, that's all.
All right. And so good luck to you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Who do we have next?
He's coming, Your Honor.
Hello,
Hi, what's your name?
Ariana. Namono.
You said Rayana?
Yes.
Okay, all right, hold on. Right, Ms. Rayana, you are charged with battery, family violence. I've set that bond at $2,500, and you must stay away from Brandon Smith. The warrant indicates that you guys are married and currently reside together, so you may not return to that 10585 Village Landing, and that's in Jonesboro.
Ask something?
I'm sorry?
Can I ask something?
Yes, ma'am.
So if that's my current residence, where should I go when I leave here?
I'm not sure, ma'am. You just can't go back to the residence.
How would I
Yeah.
retrieve my stuff even?
Okay, so you weren't listening to my opening statement. It said that you may, if you live at the residence, the no return residence, you can go within 10 days of being released, accompanied by a law enforcement officer to retrieve your belongings. All right? And do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
Okay. Gonna set that preliminary hearing for April the 11th at 8:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on, we're not done yet. That you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Your Honor, you can see her. Oh, there it is.
All right, and who is this?
My name is Catherine.
Kim, say that name?
Catherine Ogle.
Did she say Catherine?
Yes, ma'am.
And your last name was what?
Ogle, O-G-L-E.
Every time you speak, it comes
Your Honor, I believe she said Ogle.
Last name is Ogle?
Yes, ma'am.
O-G-L, right?
Ogle, okay. All right, Ms. Ogle.
You know what? It's like what you say.
I'll set your preliminary hearing date. Hold on. 23. You're charged with burglary. That bond is set at 8,000. Criminal trespass, that bond is set at 1,500 for a total bond of $9,500. You must stay away from the incident location, which is 217 South Main Street. And that is in Jonesboro, Georgia. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges against you? Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for April the 12th at 8:30 a.m.
Your body language, because I know you. She's not.
I am also going to appoint an attorney to you. You have any questions, sir, ma'am?
I'm just a diabetic and I need my insulin. That's the only thing. I wasn't able to take my insulin last night because I got arrested.
I'll make sure you get it when I take you back. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
To court. Okay.
I'm good.
Thank you, Deputy. All right, who do we have next?
Thank you.
Snipes, here she comes.
Okay.
West.
It's gonna be Snipes though?
No, West. West.
You said West, W-E-S-T?
WESTON, first name Martinez.
Weston. Okay, okay. Alrighty. All right, Ms. Weston, you are charged with criminal trespass. I'm gonna set your bond at $1,500. You may not have any contact with Moses Watkins. Who is Moses Watkins to you?
My fiance, I'm currently pregnant by him.
Do y'all reside together? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. Weston, you cannot return to that location, which is 6726 Terra Boulevard. And that's in Jonesboro. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges and the special conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you, do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No.
All right, I will set that down. Are you able to bond out?
I'm sure, yeah.
You say you should?
Yeah, if I can get through to somebody, I should.
All right, I'm gonna set your preliminary hearing to April 18th.
April what?
18th.
God, I have to find out, yeah, I'm getting on my birthday. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes?
Can you do it a little earlier, like before the 16th?
I will, okay, so I'll go ahead and put you down for the 11th.
Thank you so much, love.
All righty. So I'll put you down for April the 11th at 8:30 a.m. It does appear that you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I have appointed one to you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
So much have a good day.
We have Snipes coming.
All righty, so let me look at this slide. Ms. Thomas, will you look on the system and see if you see the history for Ms. Knight?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can you please repeat that?
Can you see if in the report if you see Ms. Knight's criminal history?
Miss Knight? Yes,
I
Your
don't
Honor.
have any history. I've never been to jail.
All right, so just give me a second to take a look at that.
Did she go? Did she get?
And also, Ms. Thomas, her warrant information. You may have to, have her have a seat. Oh, I'm sorry, wait, I have it right here, I'm sorry. Here we go. Here we go.
Your Honor, I'm still looking. Do you still need for me to look or did
Yes,
you find?
yes, I don't see her criminal histories at all.
Okay, all right.
All right, Ms. Knight, you are charged with aggravated battery. That bond is set at 8,000. You're also charged with cruelty to children. That bond is set at 5,000. For a total bond of $13,000. At this time, if you make bond, you must refrain from working in any sort of daycare or childcare facility. Do you understand the special condition of your bond? Ma'am?
Yes.
All righty. So your total bond is 13,000. You cannot be employed at any daycare facility. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, and I have appointed one for you. Do you have any questions, ma'am? You have any questions? You said no?
No.
Okay, good luck to you. State your name?
Deidre Williams.
You said Williams? When you, can you repeat when they're talking? Can you please repeat it, Deputy?
I'm sorry, Deidre Williams.
Miss Williams, okay, all right.
You went. Yeah.
All righty. All right, Ms. Williams, you're charged with criminal trespass in the second degree, which is a felony. That bond is set at 4,000. You may not have any contact with Davion Dawson, and you may not return to this resident, which is 629 Red Fox Trail. Did both of you guys get arrested?
Yes.
Okay, so all righty. So let me, because I know I remember that address. So who's going to leave the house?
I'm willing to leave. I just need to get my things.
All righty, so you can go back, but only accompanied by law enforcement.
Right.
Can't have any more contact with Mr. Dawson. Do you understand those conditions? I've set your preliminary hearing for April the 12th at 8:30 a.m. And I am appointing you an attorney. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, Ms. Farmers, we didn't remember or hear what her bond amount was.
Okay, hold on. Ms. Farmer was. Wait a minute.
And you're ready for Brown, Your Honor.
Am I ready for who?
Brown.
We just did Williams. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. She is the last. Yeah, she's the last one. Well, last female.
Okay.
I'm trying to, she didn't remember what her bond.
Okay, Miss Alicia Brown, you are charged with driving on suspended license. Once you are released, you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. It appears that you do not qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, because I've already posted bond, ma'am.
You've already bonded out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and put it as a waiver, but make sure that she signs that waiver, Deputy.
Yes.
So I have two waivers from you. That is Bolar and Brown. Is that the two that you have?
Yes.
All right, Farmer total bond was 14,000.
And you're done with Ms. Brown?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, that's it for the females.
That's it? Righty. Good luck. Hey, thank you so much, deputies. If you could just send me over those two.
Okay, I will.
The male side.
All right, you up? State your name.
Good evening, Your Honor. Anthony Davis.
All right, Mr. Davis, you're charged with possession of a firearm by a felon. Your bond is set at 8,000. You must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I've set your preliminary hearing date for April 12th at 8:30 a.m. and I've also appointed you an attorney. Do you have any questions, sir?
Ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Yeah, that's it. Are you up?
Davion Dawson, ma'am.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, what's your name, sir?
Davion Dawson.
Dawson. All right, Mr. Dawson, you are the you're the co-defendant in the other case. And so she has the co-defendant, she has decided that she would be the one move out of the house. So I'm going to remove a condition. All right, so criminal damage in the second degree, which is a felony, that bond is set at 3,000. Simple battery, 3,000 for a total bond of 6,000. You must stay away from Ms. Dietrich Williams, and you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Your preliminary hearing is April 12th at 8:30 a.m. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am appointing one to you. You have any questions? Good luck to you.
Thank you.
State your name.
Kyle Davis.
All right, Mr. Davis. You are charged with criminal trespass and public failing to pay at the MARTA station. Your bond for criminal trespass is 1,000. Public failing to pay the token is 500 at the MARTA station. You may not return to the MARTA station unless you have a card that has, of course, money on it so that you are able to make the purchase to use the MARTA. Both of these are misdemeanors. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Do you wish to waive, sir?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna set your preliminary. Are you able to bond out?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to set your preliminary hearing. Hold on 1 second. All right, so Mr. Davis, I am going to let you out today. But if you must return when you are released, you must return when it's time for you to go to court.
Okay.
Where are you currently residing?
I'm home. Sorry.
Right, and so Deputy, can you hold him to the end?
Ma'am.
If you would hold him to the end, but Mr. Davis, make sure you don't go back to that MARTA station, okay? You're gonna be right back here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
No, go ahead.
Who we doing next?
Harry Wright.
What's your name, sir?
Eric Wright. Last name Wright, R-A-Y.
So we're going out of order. Okay. All right, you're charged with inmate in possession of guns, drugs, or alcohol. Specifically, that you had possession of cell phone and drugs within the jail. I'm setting that bond at 5,000. Your preliminary hearing date. Your preliminary hearing date is April 12th at 8:30 a.m. You have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you. Is that your name, sir?
Corey Jacobs.
Jacobs?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty, so Mr. Jacobs, you're charged with aggravated assault. That bond is denied based on 1761 because you are currently out on bond for aggravated assault committed or allegedly committed in Fulton County. I've set your preliminary hearing though for April the 12th at 8:30 a.m. Mr. Jacobs, you're too young for this. Way too young for this. Going down the wrong path. All righty, we're gonna go ahead and appoint an attorney to you. Again, your preliminary hearing date is 4/12 and 8:30 a.m. Good luck to you. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I need to. And if you, at some point make bond, you must get away from Heaven More.
All right, but you said I don't have a bond though?
You do not have a bond at this time. I am not authorized to give you a bond because you have an open aggravated assault charge right now. So the law says I cannot give you a bond when you're on bond for a serious felony.
Yes, ma'am.
So, good luck to you, sir. Say your name for the record, sir.
Serial X.
Hi, Mr. Ellis, you are charged with battery family violence. That bond is set at 3,000. You must stay away from Destiny Scott and you may not return to 5758 Highway 85. And you must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Do you understand the charges and the special conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
Are you able to bond out?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your last name, Ellis? Hold on. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for 4/11 at 8:30 a.m. Good luck to you, sir. Who do you have next?
Malik Hamilton.
Mr. Hamilton. And Hamilton. You are charged with possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce. I'm going to release you today. And so I'm gonna release you today. And Deputy, if you would have him sign the waiver. And this. You employed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are you employed?
Atlanta Airport.
Atlanta Airport?
Yes, ma'am.
How long you been there?
6 years.
How long?
6 years.
6 years. Okay, good for you. All righty. So how much do you earn per month?
Per month.
Hmm?
950.
So you work part-time?
Yes, ma'am.
Why you only work part-time?
Because I'm like hell right now.
You what?
I say because that's the only time I can really work.
All righty. So make sure that we have a valid address for you. And you will be released today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Yes, sit right there. Right next to him. Go ahead. There be why not?
State your name.
Birkan Karakan. Birkan.
All righty. One second. Okay. One second. All righty, you are charged with DUI. Less safe. I've set that bond at 2,000. You've also been charged, you're also charged with improper lane change. I've set that bond at 500. You must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. Are you able to make bond, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to make bond? Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
And where are you employed? Where?
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 I make a pizza.
Okay. All right, do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Excuse me?
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
You do want to waive it?
I cannot understand. My English is not so good.
Okay. I'm going to set your preliminary hearing for 4/11 at 8:30 a.m. But if you bond out, you don't have to come to that court appearance, okay?
Okay.
You said that you were able to bond out, right?
On that.
Your Honor, you're kind of in and out, but that's probably why he can barely understand you.
Did you hear me? Did you hear your bond amount?
I can pay, yes.
Okay, all righty. I am gonna go ahead and put you down for 4/11. So you want to do you want to waive, or do you want me to put you down for a hearing?
I just want to pay and that's it.
Okay, I'll put you down for 4/11. And then if you bond out, you don't have to worry about this court date, okay? Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You going to Jerogi?
All righty, Mr. Okay. Let's see. What's your first name?
NJUGUNA.
Okay. Is there another name? All right, so you are charged with driving on suspended license, following too closely, wrong side of the road, stop or yield violation, improper lane change. You will be released today. You must make sure that you are appearing for all future court dates. And Deputy, if you would make sure that he signed the waiver, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be. And you do not qualify for a court appointed attorney, so I cannot appoint you one. All righty, you will be released today once the paperwork gets processed, but you will make sure that the court knows your address so that you can make sure you're appeared on future court dates, okay?
Thank you very much.
All righty, good luck to you.
Isaiah Ridley.
Rick, you said Ricky?
Ridley, R-I-D-L-E-Y. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hold on. All right, so Mr. Ridley, you are charged with aggravated assault. That bond is denied. You are also charged with battery. That bond is set at 5,000. Criminal trespass, that bond is set at 2,500. And you must stay away from Potter. Do you guys reside together, sir?
Is it on mute?
Yeah.
I own the residence, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you may not return to 302 Morrow Road. Your preliminary hearing is April 12th at 8:30 a.m. It appears that you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am appointing one to you. I tell you, this generation needs to work on anger management and problem resolution. You can't, I don't need you to respond. It's just an allegation at this point, but this is getting out of hand. Everybody just want to fight all the time, be violent. Your preliminary hearing is 4/12, and I have appointed you an attorney. Good luck to you, sir. State your name, sir.
Yes, Fred. Move that.
All righty, so Mr. Stefan, you are charged with theft by receiving stolen property. That bond is set at $3,000. Driving on suspended license, $1,500. Obstruction, $1,000. Failure to dim your lights, $500, for a total bond of $6,000. You must not violate any laws while you're out on bond. I've set your preliminary hearing date for April 12th at 8:30 a.m. And I am gonna appoint you an attorney. You have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Tyrese Simon.
All right, so I'm sorry, say that name again.
Tyrese Simon.
Simon?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Simon, let's see here. All right, Mr. Simon, you are charged with criminal trespass. That bond is set at $1,000. Public transportation not paying at the MARTA station, that bond is set at $500. You must stay away from the MARTA station unless you are traveling with a valid Breeze card. Do you understand the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing? Are you able to bond out? You say you are? You able to bond out?
I had somebody to bond me out.
All right, so I'm gonna set your preliminary hearing for 4/11 at 8:30 a.m. All right, good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you. No. Smile. Yeah.
State your name.
Smiley.
What's the last name?
Jason Smiley.
Smiley. Okay, this is a fugitive. We do the fugitives last. So just hold him for a moment. Okay. Ms. Thomas, can you check to see if we have those waivers on Mr. Smiley, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state your name.
Brandon Smith.
What is it?
Brandon Smith.
Brandon Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Brandon Smith, you are charged with battery. I've set that bond. Wait a minute. Do y'all currently reside together, sir?
Yes, ma'am. That's my wife.
Right, I see that. I'm gonna set your bond at 2,000. But you may not have any contact with your wife, Rayana Nicole, and you may not return to the incident location unless your bond is modified. And that is the 10585 Village, I guess it should be Lane. Is it Lane?
No, ma'am. Landon.
Say that again?
Landon, Lading.
Landing, okay. And what city is that?
Jonesboro.
Or do you understand the special conditions of your bond, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
No, ma'am.
And I'm gonna put you down for 411. You are able to bond out?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Make sure you don't go back to that location unless you get this modified, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Up to you.
Yep.
All right. You went first. One.
All right, sir. Say your name. What's your name, sir?
Rashad Warner.
Yeah. Hold on, Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, you just got off probation. All right, so. All righty, so you're charged with improper lane change. That bond is set at 500, no license, 500. 2 counts of violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. Both of those are set at 2,000 each. Possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime. There were 2 weapons. That bond is set at 5,000 each. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That bond is set at 5,000 each for a total bond of $24,500. Your preliminary hearing is scheduled for April 12th at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and appoint you an attorney. You have any questions, sir?
So you said it's 24,000.
24,500, yes, sir. You don't have any questions? Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Western. What's your name?
Good afternoon, Judge. Ryan Leslie Waterton.
And what's your name?
Ryan Leslie Waterton.
Waterton.
Yeah.
All righty, hold on one second, Mr. Waterton.
So you go?
All right, Mr. Warrington, you are charged with speeding and reckless driving. $111 mph. Don't respond. Don't respond. Oh my God. Okay, Mr. Warrington, we're gonna go ahead and appoint you an attorney. I'm also gonna go ahead and release you to the deputy today. Go ahead and sign that waiver that the deputy is about to give you.
What time, man?
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear you one more time.
I said I'm gonna release you today.
Okay.
Sign the waiver that the deputy is about to give you.
All right, thank you.
Stop driving fast.
Okay.
Could have killed someone, including yourself.
Thank you again. Have a good day.
Have a good one.
And it's Western. What's your name? Williams.
What's your name?
Shelton Horton.
Horton. You've done good all this time. How old are you, Mr. Shelton?
35.
You're gonna wait till 35 to start putting some stuff on your record. So it says possession of fictitious ID. All right, I'm gonna set your bond at 2,000. Are you able to bond out?
I'm not sure.
I've appointed you an attorney. Your preliminary hearing is April 12th at 8:30 a.m.
I'm fine.
ID.